Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is some flowers bloom in darkness in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 11, Wolves Don't Hunt in Graveyards. Well, it sounds like you had a full day, Kakashi drawled as they waved goodbye to a heavily bandaged Shivuki. Heads turning in the direction of Konoha. You bet. Naruto shouted, bouncing along the path. Sakura looked up at the canopy overhead and sighed. How did he still have so much energy? They had literally just stopped a village invasion. You should have seen us, sensei. Team 7 defeated those Roguenin so easily. Tabeo. Kakashi's long strides ate up the earth. Sakura felt herself lagging behind and struggled to keep up. Now that the danger had passed, her adrenaline levels crashed, leaving in their wake total exhaustion and a wicked craving for dango. And Sakura-chan. She looked over at the sound of her name. Naruto met her gaze, blue eyes sparkling and a smile stretching from ear to ear. You were amazing. Tabeo. I didn't know you could do water prison jutsu. Neither did I, Sasuke added thoughtfully, glancing at her with an inscrutable expression. Sakura winced as all the attention of Team 7 turned to her, Kakashi included. Ma, you are able to perform Zabuza's water prison jutsu, Sakura. Although Kakashi's voice was civil, Sakura didn't trust the glint in his eye. Guess so, she mumbled, rolling a stone beneath her foot. I mean, I'm okay at it. Okay at it. Naruto burst out, grabbing her shoulders and shaking them roughly. You completely trapped Suien. Tabeo. If he hadn't drunk from the hero's water, your jutsu would have won. Sakura's earlier wound along her bicep throbbed in utter agony, fresh blood leaking from the cut. She bit her lip to hide any sounds of pain. After weeks at Amaka's mercy, her pain tolerance was nothing to scoff at. But holy shit, why did it hurt so much? Sakura pried herself out of Naruto's hold as calmly as she could, heart beating in time to the pulsing agony of the wound. Maybe you're right, she relented, hoping he would drop it. But this was Naruto. And also her life. Of course nothing would go smoothly. A hand rested on her shoulder and Sakura jumped, hissing in pain as the movement jarred her wound. Why don't we get this scene too? Kakashi asked, looking down at her with a eye smile. Although his tone was gentle, his grip atop Sakura's shoulder tightened slightly at her hesitation. The girl debated a moment longer before relenting, the fight draining out of her as she sat atop a tree stump a little ways from the path. It's not that bad, she tried. Kakashi didn't respond, carefully peeling back the sleeve, dried blood sticking to the fibers causing Sakura to wince as they tore. Really, sensei, I can wait until we get back to Konoha. Ma, Sakura, be careful not to get this infected, Kakashi stated as he dabbed away the blood. She offered no response. White-knuckled hold on the wood, the only thing preventing her from slugging him in the face. Do you have to press so hard? The red light district was rubbing off on her. Sakura's immediate response now almost always violence. You'll also need stitches, the Jounin examined the wound with steely-eyed focus, Naruto peering over his shoulder with curious blue eyes. Sakura could tell the moment his gaze found her wound and Naruto's face screwed up in horror. Sakura-chan. Your arm is going to come off. Panting through the steadily increasing pain, Sakura found the strength to laugh. It's not going to fall off, idiot, Sasuke retorted from his place on Kakashi's left. But there's so much blood. Sakura offered a watery smile. All it means is that Suien took good care of his weapons, she said, trying for humor. At Sasuke's raised brow and Naruto's frozen expression, it was clear her plan had backfired. They did not look at ease. You feel quite cold, Kakashi laid a palm against her cheek. I would hazard a guess the blood loss is considerable. Sakura giggled, feeling oddly detached from the situation. I did get sliced up a lot, she whispered conspiratorially. Nay, sensei, she tried to inject a sense of urgency into her words, certain the question was important but not exactly sure why. Sakura's vision began to blacken at the edges. Did you know it really hurts to be stabbed? I would imagine so. Kakashi glanced at Sasuke and Naruto, making a series of hand gestures too fast for Sakura's addled mind to follow. She recognized it only as Konoha sign language. Something they were all taught in the academy. Let's get this bread. Kakashi signed. Sakura tilted her head in confusion. What? Continue on ahead. Kawa supplied. Oh. She giggled again. That makes way more sense. The boys spared her a final glance before vanishing. Now it was just her and Kakashi. Her sensei unclasped the medical pouch on his leg, laying out the contents carefully atop the grass. I didn't want to say this in front of the boys, but this wound on your arm is quite serious. He picked up a needle, holding it up to the light and examining it from every angle. Enough to warrant some emergency medical attention. Kakashi's long, slender fingers made threading the needle an effortless task. Is it really that deep? Sakura wasn't sure she wanted to see it. Yet the idea fascinated her. Maybe just a quick peek? She made to twist her head only for Kakashi to still it. It's best not to look. Sakura turned her gaze straight ahead and sighed. Do you really have to do this now? It barely even hurts. He hummed, that's because you're in shock. The needle sank into her skin. Sakura biting her lip at the sharp tugging sensation. Thread burning as it traveled beneath her skin. Silence fell between them, each absorbed in the respective task. Kakashi working slowly and methodically to stitch her back together. Sakura trying not to cry. Nothing but the rustling of small creatures moving through the undergrowth. Birds twittering in the canopy above, drowning out Sakura's quiet exclamations of pain. The needle diving in and out of her skin like a dolphin through water. Why didn't you inform Sasuke or Naruto of your injury? They seemed quite shocked to see it. Sakura watched a bluebird as it alighted on the ground, feathers ruffling. It would have endangered the mission. They had to focus on defeating Suien. Not taking care of me. Even if I died it wouldn't matter, so long as the mission is a success. Sometimes Kakashi began, tugging at the string harder than usual. Sakura winced. Good communication is just as important as the mission itself. Hiding injuries from your teammates will only lead to more trouble further down the road. There wasn't exactly time for that, Sakura snapped. Irritated, the man who had left them for the entire day was lecturing her. He moved almost as fast as you. Sakura tried to tilt her arm. The pain had faded into that realm where bodily sensations had almost no meaning. She had experienced it often enough under Amaka's hand. Experiencing agony over and over until it ceased to register. Like repeating the same word over and over, syllables disintegrating into unintelligible sounds. And besides Sakura started to say it's not like my death would impact anything. Yet the words refused to emerge. The world faded at the edges. A flame burning away a perfect photograph of the forest surrounding her. Desperately, Sakura tried to cling to consciousness. Terrified of the unknown dark more than she would ever admit. The amount of blood she had lost without even realizing was significant. As was the muscle and chakra exhaustion brought about by weeks of overtraining. Sakura's body tipped to the side. Last remnants of energy draining away. She was unconscious within the next heartbeat. Kakashi wrapped an arm around Sakura's waist to prevent her from falling. Laying her carefully on the forest floor, he checked her pulse, listening with relief to the strong, solid beating of her heart. Sakura's skin, even paler than normal, was coated in a fine layer of perspiration. The nasty gash along her arm had thankfully stopped bleeding. Kakashi glanced around the clearing before pulling down his mask. The fresh air pleasantly cool against his jaw. Using his lengthened canines, Kakashi bit the surgical thread in half. Stowing away the excess for another time, Shinobi never wasted resources. Gently, his finger traced a path parallel to the wound. Genin living in peacetime should not have a pain tolerance that high. Skin held together by his uneven stitching alone. Moreover, Kakashi thought, lifting Sakura carefully into his arms, Genin should not value a C-rank mission above their lives. Not too long ago his pink-haired student had complained over a split nail. Now, she seemed perfectly content to overwork herself to the point of fainting without so much as a whimper. Kakashi's footsteps were silent as they trekked slowly back to Konoha. The bags under Sakura's eyes dark enough to leave permanent shadows. How had he not noticed this before? She did not so much as flinch when wolves began to howl in the distance. Those intrinsically wild, beautiful sounds calling to that part of Kakashi he kept securely locked away. It hurt too much, to feel everything he had lost. The terrible absence where a pack should be. Loneliness killed as surely as any blade. A subtle torture that left no mark upon the skin even as it shredded apart the soul. Whatever had happened to Sakura to cause such a transformation was significant. He had been a fool to brush it aside for so long. "I'm sorry," Kakashi murmured, glancing down at the sleeping girl in his arms as Konoha came into view. This time she stirred, eyelids fluttering as he felt her pulse quicken. "Welcome back to the land of the living." Sakura woke to the sound of Kakashi's voice. Emerald eyes opened blearily, thoughts moving sluggishly through a haze of fog as Sakura tried to piece together what events had led to this. It was the gentle swaying sensation that alerted her to the fact they were still moving. The gates of Konoha growing larger in the distance. Enormous red pillars stretching proudly upwards. As though proclaiming to the world that, no matter the enemy, Konoha stood strong. Next Sakura became aware of the feel of an arm around her shoulders. The other tucked under her knees. Sakura's head rested against his chest, the sound of his heartbeat just audible through layers of fabric. Kakashi glanced down at her, gray eye crinkling. "You gave me quite a scare, Sakura." Sakura pushed at his chest in a silent request, not trusting herself to speak until her feet were firmly on the ground. After the world stopped spinning, Sakura fell into step by Kakashi's side, trying to ignore the prickle of irritation as he deliberately slowed his steps to match hers. "Sorry, Kakashi-sensei," she mumbled. "I'll be more careful next time." "Ma, I hope so." The enormous entrance to Konoha rose overhead. Sakura trailed a palm along the pillar as she walked, feeling the line of wooden grains beneath her fingers. They came to a standstill just past the gate. Sakura craning her head upwards to offer her best attempt at a nonchalant smile. The effect somewhat ruined by the numerous tears in her clothing, the blood-stained skin of her upper arm. "Thank you for today." Sakura bowed politely, hands folded neatly in front just as her parents had taught her. Kakashi inclined his head. "Don't forget to have that wound checked by a mednin." "No way in hell." "Of course," Sakura responded smoothly. The Jounin waved a hand. "Good night." The words had only just filtered into the air before he vanished. Sakura waited a minute, perhaps two, keeping that carefully polite, innocent smile firmly in place. Channeling the girl from her academy days, two bright eyes and a reserved, graceful smile. Everything about her carefully put together. From the shiny locks of pink hair cascading down her shoulders to her unblemished white skin and pristine dresses. A perfect little China doll. Completely inadequate for the world of shinobi. China was no longer perfect, one it had broken. No matter how carefully anyone put it back together, the cracks would show. Black spiderwebs announcing to the world, this doll is flawed. Broken. Worthless. Once Sakura was certain Kakashi had left, she allowed the smile to fade. Her face smoothing away that facade as though it had never been. Artificial sparkle fading until her eyes were a deep, dark green. One that spoke of sadness and pain and loss. Today had been difficult in more ways than one. Yes, she had completed this mission. But what of the one before? Rika's death continued to haunt her. The girl only a few years older than Sakura screaming. As they were dragged away into the night. The light of their small fire, a terrible idea, in retrospect, reflecting the animalistic terror in Rika's eyes. It had been Sakura's turn on sentry duty. And she had fallen asleep. Sometime in the quiet darkness, soothed by the utter silence of the world around her, Sakura had drifted into then unburdened dreams. That single failure had exacted the ultimate price. Because of her, a girl was dead. A friend, a daughter, a shinobi, lost forever. "It's all your fault." An insidious voice whispered. "You cannot change the past." Kawa hissed. "What if it happens again?" Sakura asked as she allowed her feet to carry her blindly through the streets. Watching as the long rays of sunset dyed the rooftops a vibrant orange. Flags and banners proclaiming all sorts of merchandise packed away by tired shopkeepers. the scent of sun-ripened fruit filling her nose as a woman tossed slightly rotten apples back into a crate. Sakura watched idly as one fell from the pile, rolling like an enormous ruby across the dusty ground. If you fear the future, change it. Sakura rubbed absently at the dried blood crusted around her wound, careful not to disturb the stitches as she smoothed it away. It's impossible to change the future, she retorted, ignoring Kawa's flickering tongue or the way his jaw opened slightly. Pearl sent fangs glinting. He was irritated. Was it something she had said? You mortals are all the same. His body slithered across the surface of that ocean inside her mind. To this day Sakura was unsure if such a place had always existed, or if it was simply created when their souls blended together. Kawa's scales glittered like sculpted gemstones. His enormous body carved patterns into the water as he moved. Beautiful curvatures erased within the next breath. Wasting the short lifetime you are granted on lamenting the fate you were dealt. The snake's tongue flickered as he regarded her. Too stubborn to consider that fate is an unlocked room, not a prison. The crowded buildings and streets began to even out as Sakura left the populated areas behind. The western side of Konoha largely empty of both businesses and residential areas. More than anything, it reminded her of a ghost town. The large construction projects begun years ago long since abandoned following the Kyuubi attack. Too many had died to warrant the cost. Too many had died to afford to build it. And so the half-finished buildings stood, rotting away like enormous carcasses. Paint peeling away like skin. Brickwork crumbling like decayed flesh. Now only the skeletons remained. The outlines of what could have been. Sakura glanced at a half-finished building as she passed. Faded graffiti scrawled across its side, the crayon scribblings of a child. A flutter of movement from behind, small stones shifting underfoot. Sakura spun on one heel. Thumbing a kunao, she had thankfully managed to retrieve all her weapons from Takigakuer. She threw it, the blade arrowing with practiced precision towards the enemy. A sharp squeal of pain, followed by the familiar stench of blood. Although, Sakura inhaled deeply as she strode over. It's not human. She stared down at the rat in mild disgust. Its black eyes glassy as it lay unmoving against the dirt. Her kunao embedded in its flank. Sakura pulled out the blade, grimacing as it slid from limp flesh. Wiping off the gore against brown fur, she tucked the weapon away. Picking the rat up by its tail, she examined the rodent. Watery blood dripping from the wound like a carcass hung up in a butchery. Sakura had eaten plenty of rats during her imprisonment. Using the watery, toxic-smelling gruel the guards shoved into her cell as a lure for the far more edible, though still extremely disgusting, animals that skittered around the compound. Throwing the limp body as far as possible, Sakura fervently hoped she would never have to eat rat meat again. Never say never. Kawa supplied. Sakura ran a hand through her hair, exhaling a breath. The shinobi lifestyle was many things, but predictable and boring it was not. I can't even argue with that. Perched upon a nearby rooftop, the silver-haired Jounin watched his student as she meandered down the path. Why she had gone to Konoha's abandoned district he had yet to figure out. But, like many things relating to Sakura, as Kakashi was quickly beginning to realize, the answer to one question often led to several more. Such as why she hadn't gone to the hospital for a wound that was clearly hurting. Pain clear in the rigidness of her jaw, the dull sheen to her eyes. He watched with interest as the sound of a rat made her pause. Whirling around with impressive speed and launching a kunao. The blade whistled through the air, impaling the animal in the space of a breath. Her aim has improved, Kakashi noted as Sakura picked up the very dead creature. Seemingly unbothered by the blood dripping down its fur or the garbage stench of its earlier meal. It's not human, she murmured so quietly Kakashi barely heard. Tilting her head to peer down at the creature. The rat swinging from its tail like some grotesque pendulum. The girl made a sound of disgust before tossing it aside. Ignoring the corpse as it hit the ground. Furred body rolling over and over until it finally slid to a stop. Blood smearing like paint across the ground. Kakashi observed the rat a moment longer. Noting the gaping wound in its abdomen. The blade thrown with enough killing intent to tear it apart. Small, delicate bones snapped like twigs. Sakura was already walking. oblivious to the shadow that followed at her side. Despite how fiercely she scanned the surroundings, Kakashi was certain he would not be detected. Sakura was acutely aware, an essential trait for successful shinobi, Naruto, yet the degree to which she observed every inch of the landscape was unusual. Reminding him starkly of the soldiers that returned from war. Flinching at every little sound, as though certain the enemy would return to claim them. It was unusual for a genin to bear those same characteristics. Particularly for a civilian-born who had barely left the village. Kakashi's brow furrowed even as he darted across buildings. Chakra muffling all sounds as he leapt over crumbling brickwork. The western side fallen into such disrepair it scarcely resembled the village anymore. Eventually, it became necessary to keep a larger distance. The rock and wood swallowed by open field as they left the village altogether. Grass sprouting beneath his feet to encase discarded bricks. Weaving around the rock as though trying to pull it hungrily beneath the surface. Comprehension dawned as Kakashi walked a well-known path. One burned from an early age into memory. The cemetery. He thought dully. She's going to the cemetery. Crouched beside Rika's grave, Sakura laid to rest the flower she had brought. Bright purple petals the only spot of color amidst the gray stones. Of course her subconscious had guided her to Rika. The first C-rank mission in months so oddly similar, and yet entirely different, to the one that had changed her life. And ended yours. Sakura trailed her fingers over the name carved into the stone. Remembering Rika's bright, carefree smile as they headed out of Konoha. My first big mission since becoming a Chiryunin. Hey Rika, Sakura began. Eyes fixed on the characters as the sun began to set. Casting the stone in the bright rays of a dying sun. As though it too were mourning the loss of Sakura's teammate. I'm so sorry I haven't been able to come by. Things have been so busy with missions and training. Sakura released a strangled laugh, her throat tightening. Although you'd know all about that, being one of the youngest shinobi to make Chiryunin in the last decade. A sad smile crossed her face as Sakura watched the shadows lengthen across the gravestone. Today I went on a mission just like ours. We had to protect this cowardly village leader and ended up fighting a Jounin. I'm still so amazed my team actually won. Sakura picked up the flower, twisting it over and over in her hand. I wish, she watched one of the petals break off. Falling to the ground to nestle amidst the dead stalks of its fellows. A graveyard of flowers built atop Rika's final resting place. I wish someone else had gone on that mission. You would still be alive, Rika, if not for me, it's my fault you died. Sakura hesitated, unable to think of what came next. Dirt crumbled as her fingers curled into the earth. The lone, vibrant flower her only witness. And, I'm sorry, Sakura whispered, the words escaping into the air like spirits free of mortal shackles. She wanted to say more, to explain just how much guilt Sakura still carried. How Rika's smile still haunted her. The knowledge neither Sakura, nor the Chiryunin's family, would ever see it again more painful than witnessing Rika's demise. It would have been easier, so much easier had Sakura died instead. And yet you did not. In nature the strong or the lucky survive. And no matter how much you mourn the weak, it will not bring them back. Sakura rested her head against the gravestone. Its cool surface a balm to heated skin. Desperately, she wished that he was wrong. Kawa's scales brushed against her palms. A phantom touch. You know I'm not. The vision of Sakura crouched over the grave blurred and shifted in Kakashi's mind. Replaced by the image of a little white-haired boy voicing those very same thoughts. The dead were perfect listeners. I'm sorry, she whispered quietly. At those two words, Kakashi nearly lost his composure. Ironclad, shinobi control hanging by the finest of threads. Such open pain in her eyes. Kakashi swallowed, barely maintaining that ironclad, shinobi composure. In this moment, Sakura might as well have been a copy of himself. Downturned head and small, sad smile repeating words that still echoed in Kakashi's head. I'm sorry I haven't been around. It's my fault you died. I'm sorry. His hand tightened around a tree branch. Knuckles turning white. To go comfort Sakura would be a mistake. They did not have that kind of close relationship. And even if that were the case, Kakashi had no idea what to say. What could he say? Sakura did not bother to wipe away her tears as they dripped onto blackened flowers. Gaze fiercely directed at the fresh earth, as though simply from wishing, she could bring them back. Death didn't work that way. A fact Kakashi knew all too well. Sakura's hand rested upon the grave. Pink hair still streaked with the blood of earlier. The teacher watched his student. Alone amidst a field of the dead. Sakura found the note shortly after staggering into her apartment. Exhaustion dragging her down like invisible weights. Pinned carefully to her wall using a senbon, an unfamiliar key swung. Untarnished metal a vivid contrast to the rusted, fractured thing she had been given. Kakashi's elegant, concise handwriting flowed across the page. Sakura, if ever you need a safe place, don't hesitate to come by. A steaming bowl of Gyudon had been placed beneath it. P.S. Kakashi's note read. Considering your woeful lack of furniture, I've left dinner on the floor. Sakura picked up the bowl, inhaling the rich, spicy scent of beef. Her stomach growled. A lingering warmth grew as she began to eat. Not just from the food but the gesture itself. It had been so long since someone had worried about her. Cared for her. Sakura couldn't deny it felt nice. Making her feel, for a little while at least, not so alone. Getting out of bed the next day felt like the toughest test of Sakura's resolve. Everything ached, burned, or stung. Stretching her arms and yawning, Sakura hissed out several curses as her bicep throbbed. Thanks to Kawa, her healing abilities had improved tremendously. What had once taken weeks now closed in a matter of days. The Baijuyo chakra flowing through her body expediting the process. While not quite as impressive as Naruto's, he had been stabbed in the chest and hours later was completely unscathed, it sure came in handy. The thread Kakashi used was made of special material. One that dissolved once the flesh had knitted back together. Negating the hassle of removing the stitches. Sakura brushed a hand down the ugly, twisted mass. Wondering absently if it would scar. Yesterday she had been unable to move the limb. Now, aside from a slight stiffness, it seemed completely fine. Stretching as she walked, Sakura undid her garments one by one. Leaving a trail of discarded clothes as she stopped outside the shower. Reaching for the tap and praying to every Hokage the plumbing would work. Perhaps if we are really lucky, there'll even be hot water. A snort. Don't push it. Water, decidedly cold water gushed from the shower head. Hitting her skin like freshly melted snow. Teeth chattering, Sakura showered as quickly as possible. Erasing all traces of dirt and blood from her skin. Even splurging on the special, discount shampoo she had managed to find. Sakura could live without many things, but basic hygiene was not one of them. A scent strongly reminiscent of charcoal had filled her entire apartment by the time Sakura shrugged on clean clothes and remembered she was cooking. Sleep-addled brain unable to keep track of two very simple tasks. Fuck. Thankfully, she was able to salvage the meal. Scraping away the blackened edges before coating both pieces in jam. So what if she couldn't be bothered to make something fancier? Sakura thought as she took a massive bite. If Naruto can live on ramen and Sasuke on tomatoes, me and my jam toast is totally fine. All but inhaling the meal, Sakura brushed crumbs from her lap as she stood. Packing away the modest dishes before tugging on her boots. Today is going to be a good day. She announced firmly. Trying to channel even a fraction of Naruto's optimism. A cockroach skittered across her floor and Sakura flinched. Choking back a scream of disgust as it wriggled through a hole in the wall, and disappeared. Today is going to be a good day, she muttered. I fucking hate this apartment. That's desperate. Shouted the drunk next door. You're late. Sakura and Naruto shouted half-heartedly. Not bothering to get up from their cross-legged positions on the ground as Kakashi dropped into view. Naruto, for some inexplicable reason, had challenged Sakura to a game of chess. Claiming, with bold-faced indignation, that Nara Shikamaru had labeled him too stupid to learn it. Of course you're not. Sakura had yelled. Furious at the insult to her friend. And now, over 2 hours in, Sakura was beginning to fear the Nara was right. Naruto was hopeless. You just lost the queen, Dobe. Sasuke plucked it off the board with a smirk. Sakura's bishop sliding smoothly into the vacated square. Arg. Where did that come from, Sakura-chan? Sakura bit her lip, trying to hold back laughter at the utter confusion on his face. You need to think carefully before you move any piece, Naruto, she said for the 100th time. Keep a strong defense, otherwise the enemy will make short work of you. Sasuke flicked the queen at Naruto's head. Too bad thinking isn't exactly his strong suit. What did you say, team? Quit it. Sakura snapped. She rested a hand against Naruto's, partly to draw his attention away from Sasuke and partly because it amused her to see his face immediately redden. You just need to be patient, Sakura assured once Naruto's eyes had returned to the board. Keep practicing, and soon you'll be playing chess like a pro. After all, Sakura threw one of Naruto's felled castles at Sasuke, grinning even as the Uchiha caught it and scowled. Patience is a prerequisite skill when you have Kakashi-sensei as a teacher. Kakashi coughed. If you kids are quite finished, he drawled, I would like to start today's training. Kakashi waited until 3 pairs of eyes looked up at him. Meet me by the river. The Jounin body flickered away and Sakura yawned. Too used to his antiques to care anymore. Kakashi-sensei would be excellent at chess, she stated to no one in particular. He'd take so long to make a move, all his opponents would simply die of old age. Sasuke's mouth curved in amusement. That's assuming he even makes it to the game. Sakura laughed, the sound rough and coarse. Nothing like the delicate little titter she had once cultivated so carefully. But that was the freedom of laughter, was it not? To abandon all pretense of control and simply enjoy the moment. Nay, Sakura-chan, you sound like a pig-Tabeo. Sakura whipped her head around to glare at Naruto, the blonde ambling along beside them with his hands in his pockets. Light from the canopy falling upon his hair, making it look spun from gold. Excuse me, Sakura's voice was soft and dangerous. Would you mind repeating that? Naruto's eyes widened as he realized the danger. Sasuke smoothly stepping to one side in order to give her space. Sakura flexed her fingers and growled, I'm going to roast you like a pig. Naruto's scream of terror was drowned out by Sakura's screech of rage as they took off through the forest, leaves fluttering from the burst of speed. Sakura leaping from branch to branch in a furious attempt to catch up, focusing on the orange-clad figure just ahead. You'll never get a girlfriend saying shit like that. Sakura gave a war cry as the forest ended. A glittering river just visible between the last of the trunks, sparkling invitingly on this hot summer day. Wind brushed pleasantly along her body as Sakura made a massive jump, clearing the last of the forest as Naruto had done seconds before. She hit the ground with a thump, immediately tucking into a roll before springing to her feet, shaking dirt from pink hair as she desperately sought her target. How dare he compare me to a pig? Of all creatures, your hair is the same color as one. I will skin you alive and wear you like a cloak. To kill me would also kill you as well, Kawa pointed out, though he sounded vaguely unsettled. Then it'll be worth it, Sakura muttered through clenched teeth. Naruto, come out, Sakura yelled, tossing and catching a kunai with one hand, the handle smooth and familiar in her grip. The riverbank appeared deserted, the babbling of the river as it tumbled over rocks disturbed only by the sharp calls of soaring birds. Aside from the odd bush or tree, the clearing was open to the sky. Golden summer sun gleefully baking the area. Small waves of heat just visible in the air. Sakura took a small step forward, a small puff of dust trailing behind her. If you don't come out, she called, I'm going to eat all your ramen. Even the limited time boxes. Straight ahead of her, a bush rustled, leaves shaking as though some large animal were stirring within. Sakura grinned. Time to die. She sprinted towards the bush with single-minded focus, leaping into the air with her kunai angled, intent on stabbing it inches from Naruto's skull. This'll teach him. At the last second, something closed around the back of her neck. Sakura gasped as her momentum cut abruptly, the impact jarring her throat as she swung from an unknown grip. Coughing and wheezing, it took a while for her breath to return. Even longer to realize her feet were high above the ground. Sakura-chan, Please refrain from killing Naruto, Kakashi said pleasantly, holding her by the back of her collar, one arm easily supporting her entire weight. She scowled. Fine. But this time he really deserved it. Sakura wriggled in his grip, irritated at being unable to break it. You can put me down now, she muttered. Kakashi hummed, but did no such thing, waiting until Sasuke and Naruto arrived. The former with a bored expression, the latter covered in leaves and twigs, gaze flicking to Sakura as though terrified she would lunge at him. The girl sighed, her legs kicking the air in silent request. Damn it, Kakashi, just put me down already. Kakashi set her gently on the ground, surveying the three with a smile before clapping his hands together. I thought we could try something different today. Sakura rubbed at the back of her neck. It better not be that fucking cat again. The sound of rustling drew her attention. Sakura glancing up in surprise as Kakashi held up several pieces of paper. This is chakra induction paper, he announced. Considering most powerful jutsu require nature release, it's vital all shinobi are aware of their particular chakra nature. Or natures, in some cases. Sakura's interest sharpened, gazing hungrily at the paper. How does it work? She asked, unable to keep the intense curiosity from her voice. Selecting a single piece, Kakashi held it upwards. Simply channel chakra, and it reacts accordingly. The genin watched in fascination as Kakashi's chakra flickered, the paper instantly crumpling inwards. This reaction indicates a lightning affinity. Were I to repeat the process, it would reveal my other nature, fire. Handing out 2 pieces to each of them, he stepped back. Now you 3. Sakura turned over the flattened squares. It looked, and felt, like ordinary paper. Would this really work? Her heart began beating rapidly. Whether from excitement or nerves, Sakura didn't know. She held the paper between 2 fingers just as Kakashi had done, taking a breath and reaching for her chakra. The constant flow of energy streaming from her body and into the sheet like a trickling stream. Sakura watched in shock as it dampened. An invisible source of water spreading outwards from the center until it bowed under the weight, clinging to Sakura's hand in a soaked mess. Water nature, Kakashi said, nodding towards it. Well, that's hardly surprising, given your talent for water jutsu. Sakura smiled shyly at the unexpected praise, ducking her head to hide a blush. Nay, sensei, what about this one? Naruto waved the torn halves of his paper, practically vibrating with excitement. Kakashi studied it for a moment. Wind, he said finally. Sakura glanced over at Sasuke in time to see both his papers react, the left crumpling whilst the right caught on fire. Lightning and fire, Kakashi nodded. Sasuke nodded, looking pleased. Holding up the final piece, Sakura envisioned her chakra again, energy leaping and sparking from her body into the paper. It folded inwards. A rough, paper mache flower now in her palm. A delighted grin. Lightning. No fair, you all get 2. Naruto held up 4 pieces of torn paper, dejection written into the slumped line of his shoulders. Sakura hated to see him so put out. Naruto-kun, do you know it's possible to combine jutsu? He glanced up. If you master a tornado jutsu using your wind nature, Sakura continued, the idea taking shape in her mind even as she spoke. Then I can infuse it with lightning and Sasuke can set it on fire. Imagine how many enemies a multi-natured tornado could destroy. Naruto's eyes widened. Sakura-chan, he cried in delight, you're a genius. Sakura flipped her short hair, beaming at the praise. Not a genius, but I appreciate the sentiment. Letting the soaked paper fall to the ground with a plop, Sakura considered it. I could even add rotating spikes of water, she mused. That would make for an impenetrable jutsu. Of course, it would require a lot of practice, yet the basic principles were simple. Perhaps if she used Sakura-chan. Kakashi's voice broke into her train of thought, the jounin rubbing the back of his neck tiredly. Why don't we start with something a little less destructive? Pouting, the girl nodded. And, when you do perfect that tornado jutsu, please use it far from Konoha. Sakura smiled with few too many teeth. Sure thing, Kakashi-sensei. The Jounin inclined his head. Now your chakra natures are established, today I'll teach ninjutsu. Sakura felt her jaw drop. You're going to teach us? Kakashi didn't reply. Yet his tone sounded vaguely miffed as he ran through instructing Naruto on the C-rank Gale Palm technique. Sakura and Sasuke watching from the sidelines as he repeated hand signs several times over, ensuring Naruto copied them perfectly. With a cry of, "I'll master this Tabeo," he tore off downstream, leaving a sizable distance as he worked on conjuring Gale Force Wind. Turning back to the remaining genin, Kakashi crossed his arms. Do either of you have a preference? Lightning. Sakura and Sasuke repeated simultaneously. Kakashi gave a long-suffering sigh. Of course, he muttered. The words seemingly directed more to himself than the students. Few jutsu employing the lightning nature are C-ranked. However, the one I shall teach you today should come in handy. Running smoothly through the hand signs, allowing Sasuke and Sakura to watch the combination, unlike Naruto they only needed to see it once, Kakashi's chakra sparked to life. Raiden, Lightning Hound Jutsu. The glowing ball of lightning in his hand grew in size, expanding to the size of a large egg for listing forwards. The oval morphing and shifting until a beast taller than Sakura stood in on the ground. Comprised entirely of blue lightning. Its body sparked and snapped like boiling oil. Connected to Kakashi by a glowing, jagged cord of energy, the dog snapped its jaws. Rows of teeth crackling as it howled. With the flick of his wrist, Kakashi sent the lightning hound streaking forward. Paw steps singing the ground as it ran towards a tree, colliding with the trunk in an explosion of energy that had Sakura stepping backwards, shielding her eyes against the bright light as a wave of heat engulfed the clearing, hair raising at the static charge left behind. Smoke touched her nose and Sakura's eyes opened. Nothing but a charcoal husk where the oak had once stood. Wisps of smoke rising from the blackened wood. Sakura felt her heat squeeze with excitement, unable to contain the feeling as she looked towards Kakashi-sensei with glowing eyes. That was so awesome, Sakura breathed. Sasuke broke off a piece of wood. Instantly, it crumbled to ash between his fingers. The Uchiha trying and failing to look unimpressed. He finally said. Eloquent as always. Sakura wiped sweat from her palms as she focused on the task. Hands moving slowly through the pattern as she called her chakra. Envisioning that incredible, electric power that Kakashi had conjured. At the final twist of her hands she waited eagerly for something to happen. For some giant ninja dog to appear. Nothing. Sakura did her best not to feel disappointed as she tried again. And again. And again. The pink-haired girl bit her lip so hard it bled as she dropped the hand signs. Why wasn't it working? A glance to Sasuke showed he was having marginally better luck. Chakra jumping and sparking in his hands. Naruto, in the far distance, had gotten so far as to conjure a mild breeze. One Sakura only noticed due to his intense cheering. Sakura. Kakashi rested a hand on her shoulder. Gray eye bright as he looked down at her. Try and release the energy more. Lightning nature is intrinsically different to water. It does not require ironclad control. In fact, you need to do the opposite. Sakura frowned, uncomprehending. I need to give up control. That didn't make any sense. Kakashi held up 2 fingers. Yes and no. To be successful at lightning release one remembers 2 things. Firstly, lightning is the freest of all the elements. Its form is raw energy. Rather than try and force it into shape you simply need to guide it 1 finger lowered. And secondly, Kakashi continued, it requires a constant stream of focus. The user needs to actively guide the chakra at all times, but not control it. Does that make sense? Sakura nodded slowly, pursing her lip as she considered. The salt tang of blood filling her mouth from the earlier cut. Raiden, Lightning Hound Jutsu. Lighting chakra flickered in her palms, growing larger and larger even as Sakura fought to control guide it. The shift in form did not happen as smoothly as Kakashi's. Sakura's lightning snapping apart only to fix itself back together. A messy, slow process that had her dripping with sweat as she fought to maintain that lightning cord of connection. Eventually, the creature stood to its feet, shaking itself from nose to tail tip, electricity buzzing as it moved. Its spine barely reached Kakashi's hip. Smaller in size and stature. The muzzle longer and the ears broader. "That's a wolf, not a hound," Sasuke interjected. Sounding furious she had managed it before him. Sakura shrugged. Far too happy with the progress she had made to care about the Uchiha's pride. "Excellent job, Sakura-chan," Kakashi ruffled her hair and Sakura beamed. The wolf, comprised entirely of white lightning, mimicking her delight. Its tail wagging in a hum of crackling energy. "Tch," the Uchiha scoffed. Running through the hand signs a final time. A lightning hound leaping from his fingers with a jolt of energy. Snarling and barking at nothing. Vivid blue lightning cracklings and sparking as it paced. Thick, heavy-set form, the perfect specimen of a Tosa Inu. A dog breed renowned across the continent for its fighting abilities. Sakura's white wolf looked tiny beside it. Hopefully, as her chakra sources grew, so would the jutsu. Currently, such a thing was beyond her. Sakura dropped right in with a grimace. Coils twinging in pain from the hours of exertion. Naruto came sprinting towards his team. Face flushed and panting heavily. "Kakashi-sensei. I almost got it." His hands clapped together, a small gust of wind shaking the branches of the trees. Sasuke's hair ruffling in the breeze. The Jounin offered an eye smile. "Good job today, students. I expect you all to master these jutsu by the end of the week." Sasuke raised a brow. Dope is the only one struggling. Kakashi held up a finger. The Uchiha and Uzumaki both falling silent, the latter shutting his mouth mid-retort. "Everyone still has work to do. Your jutsu moves stiffly, Sasuke. With its current speed it couldn't kill a mouse. Sakura, yours needs more power. The chakra input as it stands now could cause only mild injury." The girl nodded. Rays of sunset were streaking the afternoon sky as they turned for Konoha. Sasuke and Sakura nursing electrical burns. Naruto rubbing at his wrists in apparent discomfort. "Nay, Kakashi-sense," he began, "how come there's a time limit?" "Why the sudden rush?" Sasuke cut in. Clearly still bitter from Kakashi's earlier words. Sakura resisted the urge to roll her eyes. So what if he was struggling? It wasn't like he had to be perfect first go. Likely he carries a complex about that very thing. Was his brother not the youngest Umbu in history? A prodigy of the shinobi arts? Yes. Sakura realized. The same brother that latter massacred his family. No wonder he has issues. Seeing Sasuke in an entirely new light, Sakura almost missed Kakashi's reply. "Why, it's my job to teach you, is it not?" Sakura's brain short-circuited. What? That damn silver-haired man had been their sensei for months. And now it had finally sunk in, he was supposed to instruct them. "You're so lazy, Kaka-sensei." Naruto's voice was accusatory. Sasuke scoffed. "You can't even play chess, dope. So why would he bother training you?" "Arg. What did you say?" Sakura's eyelid twitched as conversation shifted to full-blown argument. Had her chakra not been totally drained, she may have sicked a lightning wolf on them both. Strolling behind his team, Kakashi watched the little genin. In the fading light they seemed so small. Still children despite everything they had faced. Two living in shithole apartments whilst the third slept among ghosts. Two without parents entirely, and the third, well, Kakashi didn't pretend to know what had transpired. Yet he was sure there was good reason Sakura chose to reside where she did. The apartment paid for from her personal account. Weekly finances calculated and taped to the fridge. Money rationed so carefully it was not hard to see Sakura was struggling. Still, Kakashi knew offering money was not the answer. The girl would view it as an insult. A precocious dig at her inability to fend for herself. And so Kakashi would resort to leaving gifts. The steaming bowl of Gyudon, only takeaway shop open so late, a distraction from the smaller, subtler signs that he did, in fact, care. Sakura wouldn't have noticed the kunao he had stashed beneath a pile of clothes for her to find at a later date. Forged in the village of artisans, its make was flawless. strong enough to pierce bone with ease. Kakashi had also replaced the tattered blankets laid across her bed with thicker, warmer coverings. Even if the genin noticed, what could she accuse him of? Naruto! Kakashi called, irked by the increasing volume of the blonde's voice. Sasuke looking entirely too pleased as his teacher finally snapped. Little brat. Why don't you choose where we eat tonight? My treat. Naruto punched the air in victory. Sasuke scowling in the background. The chant of ramen. 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 Echoing down the road as he sped off. Following at a leisurely pace, the Jounin's mind drifted to yesterday. There is no other reason to summon you here, other than the obvious. Seated behind his enormous desk, the third Hokage addressed the assembled Jounin gathered in the space below the dais. Twin candles burning at his sides. Kakashi watched them absently. As I assume you already understand, judging by the faces of your companions. So it's already that time, huh? Kakashi said quietly. Lazy-eyed focus fixed on the Hokage, even as he addressed the man at his side. The other lands have already been notified, right? I've seen them here and there in the village. An unlit cigarette dangled from Asuma's mouth, bobbing up and down as the Jounin spoke. And, Kurane began. Her red-eyed gaze fixed on the man above. When will it be? Sarutobi the third Hokage laced his fingers together. Hand gnarled with age resting atop the oak desk. The room fell silent in one collective breath. Everyone waiting as the Hokage lit his pipe. Puffs of smoke curling upwards. Trapped momentarily under the brim of his hat before escaping skyward. A deep inhale. The scent of tobacco filling Kakashi's sensitive nose. Even with the mask, it was strong. In a week the Hokage finally announced. Light green eyes unclouded by age gazed down them. Kakashi's head snapped upwards. That's very sudden, he said, unable to hide the shock in his voice. Sarutobi nodded. Empty pipe placed to one side. I will now make the final announcement. The Hokage's voice was clear and strong. Spine straight and eyes bright with intelligence. Powerful despite his advanced age. 7 days from now, on the first day of July, the Chunin exams will begin. Ah! Kakashi remembered thinking. Picturing Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura in his mind's eye. Well, I hope they don't die. Chapter 12, House of Glass. Raiden, Lightning Hound Jutsu. The creature leapt from Sakura's hands in a burst of lighting. Legs eating up the distance as it streaked towards the tree. A wolf, outlined 4 in white energy, the color a stark contrast to the organic landscape. Its paws singeing imprints into the ground. Blackened spots leading outward from Sakura. Chakra cord thinning as it ran further and further, every meter making it harder to maintain that connection. Sweat dripped from Sakura's brow. Muscles trembling from the aftermath of morning taijutsu training. Her chakra coils now burning as Kakashi-sensei insisted they practice ninjutsu immediately afterwards. For months, all she'd wanted was for him to train them seriously. To provide her, clanless, ordinary Sakura, a small chance of being someone. Her name standing prominent amidst a shinobi world built upon bloodlines. Even so, who knew Hatake Kakashi was such a sadist? Sakura's wolf lunged towards the tree. Only to be intercepted by Sasuke's. Biting her lip she jerked her chakra. The wolf changing direction at the last possible moment to avoid confrontation. The enormous Tosa Inu growled. Blue sparks flickering along its coat as it paced. Enormous paws easily twice the size of Sakura's jutsu. In a bid to improve everyone at once, Kakashi had introduced the following task. Sakura, I want your wolf to destroy that oak tree. Increase the power of the jutsu. It needs to be strong enough to kill. Not a leaf should remain, understand? Sakura nodded. Turning to the Uchiha at her side, Kakashi pointed at Sasuke. You need to prevent that. Sakura is able to manipulate her chakra with greater precision. As a result, her wolf is faster. Sasuke, you need to be on par with that speed. Opponents will not willingly be barbecued alive. I understand. Nay sensei. What about me? Naruto fixed Kakashi with an affronted expression. Irked at being the final one mentioned. The Jounin scratched his cheek. Well, I guess you're on cleanup duty. What? Hey, no fair. Kakashi waved a hand. Whatever destruction the other two create, I want you to use Gale Palm to erase it. Create a larger air current each time. Make it strong enough to uproot entire forests. Naruto nodded excitedly. You could even use Gale Palm to send Koji flying at the enemy like a human cannonball, Sakura added. Only half joking. Kakashi gestured towards her. Authority somewhat ruined by the brightly colored Ika Ika book in one hand. Sakura, no using beloved comrades as impromptu ammunition. She stuck out her tongue. 500 Ryo says Koji cannonball is incredibly effective. An unimpressed, gray-eyed stare. 500 Ryo says go do the task. The slight threat in his tone was enough to make her wince. Kakashi, actually teaching, was downright terrifying. Which brought her to now. That stupid oak tree staring mockingly down at her. Trunk blackened and singed, many leaves burnt to ashes. Yet, it was still standing. Sakura's white wolf pacing angrily a short distance away. Struggling to avoid the indigo hound blocking its target. It's useless if you don't attack, Sakura, Sasuke called out. She gritted her teeth. I'm trying. The wolf's coat sparked with energy as it took off at a sprint. Tail streaming behind as it feinted left. Sasuke's jutsu lunging with deadly intent. Broad jaws opening wide. At the last second she changed her mind. The lightning wolf's claws digging into the ground as it skidded to a stop. Leg muscles bunching into a jump as it desperately leapt over the enemy. Sakura's heart in her throat when it cleared the other canine by inches. Twisting midair only to land back its feet. Electrical paws carving burning tracks into the dirt. Blackened lines where it had skidded backwards. Sakura's wolf shot a toothy grin towards Sasuke. Springing for the oak as the blue dog snapped at its heels. The wolf rushing headlong at the tree in a final victory sprint. Its kunoichi channeling as much chakra as she could spare into the motions. Sacrificing speed for power as her wolf neared its target. Let it work properly this time. Please. The jutsu opened its jaws in a crackling howl. Colliding with the wooden surface in a flash of lightning. Smoke and fire conjured into being even as the jutsu vanished. Sakura grimaced in pain as her chakra coils stung. The stabbing sensation of chakra exertion flooding her body. Smoke billowed upwards from the trunk. Rising from between the remaining leaves to pollute the clear blue sky. A fire raging in the center of the oak like some demonic, all-seeing eye. Larger than the ones before. But still not powerful enough. TCH. Sasuke made a sound of annoyance. Clearly irritated she had managed to avoid his attack. Big, slow movements were predictable after all. Though Sakura was not going to tell him that. Futon, Gale Palm. Naruto pressed his hands together. Blue eyes narrowed in focus. This time, the jutsu was enough to curve the nearby trees. Branches shaking in screaming protest. Sakura's hair whipping around her head, her clothes fluttering and feet almost leaving the ground. In the few days following that first afternoon, Naruto had improved the most. That first, mild breeze nothing compared to the light gale he now summoned. The wind tearing apart the smoke until not a wisp remained. The charcoal scent carried away. Meeting Sasuke's eyes, Sakura nodded in silent agreement. Both of them shifting stances. Sakura's focus turning inward as she focuses on giving that raw, potent energy inside her a physical form. Raising her hands, she tried not to look at the numerous electrical burns. Raw patches of glistening skin that stung with every movement. This time I will do it. She told herself sternly. Trying to inject as much confidence as possible into the words. This time I will eviscerate that entire fucking tree. Judging by the glint in Sasuke's gaze, he was thinking along similar lines. Don't hold back, he warned. She grinned. You wish. Sakura braced herself for oncoming pain as she made the first hand sign. Coils almost buckling under the strain. Ma, Sakura-chan, a shadow fell across her face and she looked up in surprise. Kakashi's face crinkling into a reassuring smile. I think that's enough for today. Turning to the boys, the Jounin waved a hand. Good job today. That's all for now. Sasuke and Naruto shared a glance. You mean, we finish early? The quiet hope in Naruto's voice matched the dark shadows lining his eyes. Sasuke's exhaustion equally as prominent. It wouldn't have surprised Sakura if the boys had trained into the night every day this week. A habit she couldn't risk forming, given the trek to her apartment grew worse the later it became. Prostitutes and drug dealers replaced by drunks and desperate souls as the hours ticked over to early morning. The sky a deep twilight as moonlight faded and the sun was yet to appear. A bizarre, lonely time when all parts of the world slept. Except those with nothing to wake up to. Good work today, get an early sleep as well, Kakashi said with a wave. Naruto and Sasuke began heading back toward Konoha. Side by side. Black and blonde hair as different as night and day. Neither having energy to avoid the other. Sakura made to follow, thoughts turning to how much dango she could afford rent, when a hand stopped her. Sakura Kakashi's voice was uncharacteristically grave. Not at all like the usual, casual indifference. Swallowing nervously she glanced up at him. Disliking the awkward tension radiating from the man. I'd like to ask about one of your missions. Her heart froze. Icy fear coursing through her veins like poison. Naruto and Sasuke had both stopped walking. Turning back with puzzled expressions, as though confused why Sakura was not with them. She could have melted at the image. Their confusion quickly turned to intrigue as Kakashi spoke. Naruto's expression openly curious whilst Sasuke did his utmost to appear uninterested. Yet the furrow between his brows and the slight tilt of his head suggested otherwise. Sakura's hands shook. This time not from strain. Not here, she whispered, emerald gaze flicking to the boys. Will they call you a monster, when the truth comes out? A forked tongue flickered. Scales gleaming as the serpent circled around her. Enormous coils dwarfing Sakura's form as she looked up. Inside her head, Sakura resisted the urge to scream. Terrified not of Kawa, but what he represented. She was broken. Human and, not a monster. Snakes are harbingers of despair. Sakura's terrified face peered back at her, reflected in Kawa's eye. You can't hide the truth forever. He hissed. Shut up. Sakura wanted to scream the words aloud. Trying and failing to drown out Kawa's whispering. Shut up, shut up, shut up. Kakashi inclined his head, Sakura falling reluctantly into step beside him. Unable to silence the creature in her mind. She could feel Naruto and Sasuke's eyes glued to her back. Practically burning holes through the fabric. Even after they disappeared from sight, Sakura felt her team's curiosity. It's inevitable, she thought grimly, that I'm going to have some very hard questions to answer. Sakura kept pace with her teacher. A wraith at his side. Unable to form even a single word as minutes ticked by in silence. Sakura was tired enough from training that her movements were audible. Twigs snapping underfoot like small bones. Fallen leaves littering the path like rusted coins. Left for so long their sheen had all but faded. Brilliant green counterparts waving cheerfully in the slight breeze. Branches rustling as small creatures darted along their lengths. The forest surrounding Konoha was always filled with life, a contrast to the deaths their village had seen in the past decade. Kakashi stopped after 10 minutes. Reclining against a tree with apparent ease. The sunshine dusting his silver hair, making it glow in the afternoon light. A spot of white amidst the greens and browns of the forest. Sakura simply waited. In no way inclined to start this conversation. I read your mission report. Chiyunin Raiko Mitsukeo died upon the return journey. And yet the mission was a success, reported with no hostilities. A rather odd turn of events, even more so considering no further information exists detailing what happened after. Had she known any Earth release jutsu, Sakura would happily have sank into the ground. She didn't want to talk about this. She really did not want to talk about this. Sakura's nails dug crescent moons into her palms. Stinging as they pierced through skin. It's almost as though remaining events have been purposely withheld, Kakashi continued thoughtfully. Tossing a kunao into the air and catching it. Peering at Sakura from the corner of his eye. I don't pretend to have been the best sensei to you, Sakura, but no 12-year-old should be living in the red light district. And no 12-year-old should spend every afternoon visiting the dead. Sakura froze. Just how much did he know? How much had he guessed? I'm certain he couldn't have guessed everything. We're hoping he won't uncover the rest. Kakashi-sensei is rumored to be a genius. Not to mention he wields significant influence with both the Elder Council and the Hokage. Being one of the Leaf's most valued ninja, and the last of the Hatake. Sakura couldn't bring herself to meet his gaze. Acknowledging he was correct was the first step to everything ending. Fear twisted uncomfortably in her gut. Just what would happen if, when, her team learned the truth? Dear Sakura, have you forgotten your parents so soon? She winced. Painful memories welling to the surface like blood from a fresh cut. Words bleeding crimson stains into her soul. Drip feeding that part of her that longed to run away and hide. It didn't surprise Sakura that the mission report Kakashi had access to bore no mention of Amaki. During her stay in hospital the girl had overheard her rescuers talking. Later dismissing it as nothing other than a fever dream when perhaps it was the truth. Sakura's earliest memory of waking from the dark came back to her with a vengeance. One she had all but forgotten until it resurfaced. A bottled message washing to shore. The answer scribbled atop ragged scenes. Half-remembered voices and images coming back as Sakura opened her mouth to respond. That can't be right, Genma said adamantly. Voice firm and unyielding even as he fought to contain apparent shock. Amaki was killed by Konoha shinobi over a decade ago. Silence fell between those assembled. The only conversation the beeping of machines. Colors and dials repeating over and over that Sakura was alive. Alive when so many others had died. Genma removed the senbon from his mouth. Gazing at the small weapon as though it held all the answers in the needle-sharp point. Orochimaru's partner was killed years ago, was he not? The question was soft. Words easily buried had anyone else dared to speak. No one did. The assembled shinobi were equally as grave as reality sunk in. Amaki, infamous nin scientist to SS-rank criminal Orochimaru. Responsible for the conduction of countless grisly experiments and the death of hundreds. Perhaps thousands. Many of the jutsu he had helped Orochimaru create were forbidden for good reason. The price of power their own humanity. One they gladly paid. This must not become public knowledge, Sarutobi Hiruzen, 3rd Hokage of Hidden Leaf Village announced. Arms crossed behind his back as he gazed down at Sakura. Her thin, frail body kept alive by numerous tubes. A monitor beside the bed tracking her heart rate. The rapid rise and fall a stark contrast to her unmoving form. Bandages covering every inch of skin. Dried blood crusting where wounds continued to bleed. Wisps of dirty pink hair lank against the pillow. Sakura's skin was white as snow from weeks underground. Ghostly pale but for the dark circles under her eyes. Each labored breath rattling through the air. Like a bell chiming over and over again to remind the gathered shinobi of their collective failure. Orochimaru's power continued to flourish. A creeping plant steadily wrapping itself around Konoha's trunk. Leeching away power and resources they couldn't afford to lose. Amaki may have been killed during Sakura's rescue. But what horrible jutsu had he been trying to create? If Orochimaru had somehow been involved. The Hokage cleared his throat. Evidence of all that had transpired in those caverns was lost. Blown apart by the final contingency plan. Amaki igniting the explosion tags even as he was struck by Kunao. The ground shaking as each detonated. Powerful enough to collapse entire tunnels. The truth buried beneath fire and rock. A Kunao had struck Amaki shortly after Sakura's rescue. Thrown with deadly accuracy towards his throat. Dropping the man like a stone. Dead before he'd even hit the ground. Satisfied smirk forever glued to his face. It had been a success. His final experiment. The leaders of Konoha were furious. The shinobi who made the killing blow demoted back to Chiryunin. The dead could not stand trial. Amaki's secrets would known only to the earth as his blood soaked the ground. The Hokage's face was steeped in shadow as he continued. Nothing but the slight glint of his eyes visible beneath the head covering. Assuming this genin, and the other victims survive, it will be made clear this is an S-rank secret. Amaki is infamous not only for his individual crimes, but correspondence and partnership with Orochimaru. A disgusted sound emerged from Guy's throat. Arms crossed over his chest as he faced the assembly. Signature green jumpsuit doing little to lighten the scene. Yosh! That man needs to be brought to justice. His booming voice was loud enough that even Sakura, half comatose, flinched. The shinobi all froze. A dozen heads turned towards her hospital bed. Sakura didn't have strength enough to lift a finger. And yet she'd brought an entire room of professional killers to a standstill. Had the situation been any different, it may have been comedic. The movement of a tiny pink-haired girl sending professional shinobi into a panic. The Hokage's mouth thinned. The girl appears to be waking up, came Anko's smooth voice. Purple eyes watching predatory focus. The Hokage's tone was grim. Reclassify the mission report as an S-ranked secret. Should news spread of Konoha falsely claiming to have killed Amaki years earlier, it will be a heavy hit to our reputation. One this village cannot afford. The Hokage gestured absently towards the waiting Mednin. Do what you can for the girl. But, should she die, his eyes darkened. Burn the body. Not a trace can remain. Whatever horrors Amaki was conducting died beneath the earth. And as far as I'm concerned, that is the end of it. If only that were true. You're right, Kakashi-sensei, her words were faint. Blood dripping from her palms. Rika died. And it was all my fault. And, there was something else. The Hokage's voice echoed in her mind. S-ranked secret. The entirety of the council believed her ordinary. Escaping Amaki's twisted ideas through sheer luck alone. Sakura was the perfect victim. Traumatized, but still whole. A normal little girl thrown around by forces she couldn't control. Sakura had seen firsthand how they treated Naruto. How fearful looks and disgusted sneers followed him down the street. The savior of the village reduced to a grubby orphan boy. The fox's legacy dark enough to shadow even his sunshine smile. A curse Naruto could not escape. The nine tails shackling him so tightly it would have broken a lesser person. Sakura knew, should Amaki's torture of her come to light, she would not survive the fallout. A girl with fragments of Baijuyo chakra? And the three tails at that. Snakes were always viewed as tricksters. Countless myths associated with malicious intent and lies. Not to mention their connection with Orochimaru. One of the most infamous and dangerous of Konoha criminals. Umbu would dispose of her faster than Sakura could plead innocence. A civilian genin cut down as easily as weeds in a garden. Nothing but poison to the prosperity of the village. Sakura trusted Kakashi, and it came with only mild shock that she realized she didn't trust the village. Had Konoha always been so cutthroat? Had she simply been too loyal to see it? Were it not for my precious people and my dream, I would be long gone. Rika's death was my fault. Sakura said hollowly. The words spoken like a confession in front of Umbu. Rika was dead, all because Sakura was naive and stupid and fell asleep on sentry duty. Sakura-chan. The girl glanced upwards, bracing herself for whatever reaction Kakashi would offer. Rage, disgust, surprise, sympathy? The Jounin crouched down to eye level. Slanted Hittite gleaming on his forehead. Sakura's thoughts running around in endless spirals, much like the design carved onto its surface. The life of a shinobi is never predictable. Just as we learn to hide and hunt and kill, so does the enemy. Kakashi's voice was calm, yet his gaze bore into Sakura's with quiet understanding. I know all too well how it feels to watch a comrade die. To hold yourself personally responsible. Kakashi's shoulders slumped. It was my hope you would all avoid such a fate, but I suppose as shinobi it's too much to ask. Sakura traced a finger over her palm. The slices from earlier all but gone. Does it ever get better? She asked softly, grateful Kakashi had not tried to sugarcoat anything. Had not tried to alleviate the blame from her actions. Not everything is in your control, Sakura, Kakashi said, answering her unspoken thoughts. Sometimes shinobi make mistakes. They cling to our backs like shadows, threatening constantly to pull us into despair. Often it's all we can do just to keep them at bay. Sakura watched his eye darken. Haunted by a darkness decades old, Reaching behind him, Kakashi pulled out a small, rectangular case. Sakura recognizing it a moment later as a weapon sheath. This was given to me by my father, it's one of the Hatake clan's prized possessions. I want you to have it. With trembling hands Sakura accepted the offering. Unable to feel anything but shock. Kakashi's father was dead, his clan was almost gone, and yet he chose to give away something so valuable, to Sakura? This is called the White Light Blade. It's what earned my father his nickname as the White Fang of Konoha. Hesitantly, Sakura withdrew the short sword. A Japanese tanto of the finest quality, the shining steel untarnished by age or war. Power coursing along the blade even as it slept. Sakura looked reverently down at it. The slight, cool weight dwarfed by the significance it carried. The white chakra blade, infamous among shinobi nations. To give up on your future is death, Sakura-chan. She glanced up at the words. The Jounin beside her tilting his head in an eye-crinkling smile. Never forget what we fight for. The innocent of Konoha, precious comrades both past and living. The chance to live in a better world. Sakura nodded. So many emotions flittering through her mind like swarms of butterflies. Iridescent wings of shock merging with brilliant gold delight. Thank you, Kakashi-sensei, Sakura choked out. Resheathing the heirloom and carefully setting it aside before throwing herself on the man. Kakashi letting out an oof as she collided with his chest. Sakura's arms wrapping around his shoulders as she burst out into sobs. Tears soaking his flak jacket as he awkwardly patted her back. Ma Sakura-chan, there's no need for that. Sakura only cried harder, hands tightening in the fabric. No one had ever given her such a meaningful gift. Parents gone so often they felt more like strangers. Brightly colored souvenirs clearly picked up on the road home. Things she had loved as a little girl now screaming reminders that, to her family at least, Sakura was nothing more than a pretty idea. The daughter they claimed to love, left behind with all the other trinkets. Eventually Sakura's tears stopped, reduced to only the occasional sniffle. Kakashi's awkward cough made her extremely aware she was still clinging to his frame. Embarrassment flooded her body as Sakura quickly moved away, face turning as pink as her hair. About your past mission, Kakashi said, clearly eager to chance the subject. I expect a full, accurate report by the end of the month. Pushing a hand through silver hair, the Jounin sighed. However, as of now, the Chiryunin exams take priority. The Chiryunin exams? Surely Sakura had misheard. Kakashi-sensei, is that really happening? Sakura asked, bending down to retrieve the white blade. Her tone was cautious, unwilling to turn that tiny spark of excitement into something more. Brushing finger along the well-worn cover, she could only wait. I've approved all of Team 7 as candidates. All of Team 7? Sakura's heart rate skyrocketed. If she could pass this exam, I'll be one step closer to becoming a Jounin. The pink-haired girl, her clothes torn and burnt from hours of training and her face lined with exhaustion, broke into a wide smile. Squealing, she jumped up and down. Emotional turmoil of the past half hour shifting rapidly to excitement. The Chiryunin exams, Sakura said reverently. Clutching the Hatake heirloom to her chest as though scared it might disappear. This might be the best day of my life. Thank you, Kakashi-sensei. I've gotta tell the boys. Sakura broke into a sprint before Kakashi could say anything. Pausing only long enough to stow the tanto safely into her weapon pouch. Leaves fluttering in her wake as she vanished towards Konoha. I wasn't quite finished, Kakashi spoke to empty forest. Sakura was long gone. That hurt, little punk. A male voice shouted from down the street, Sakura slowing to a light jog as the sense of Naruto and Sasuke grew stronger. Kono Amaru! Naruto shouted. Fear sharpening the sound. Kono Amaru? Isn't that the Hokage's grandson? Sakura rounded the corner and paused. Instinctively reaching for her weapons at the sight that greeted her. Kono Amaru was suspended high above the ground. A stranger's meaty fist bunched in the fabric of his collar. Wearing a loose, black bodysuit. The bandage form of what resembled a human corpse strapped to his back. Nothing but straggly brown hair visible from the mass of bindings. Stop that, a female voice snapped. Her skin was the color of light caramel, and her straw blonde hair was tied back in messy bunches from her face. Sakura's eyes traveled over her attire, noting the details. Fine, loose fabric. Boots worn by heavy use and bleached gray by the sun. A spattering of freckles across her nose and cheeks that did little to distract from the slender case tied to her back. Sakura noted the quality of the wood with a merchant daughter's eye. Polished to a shine, it gleamed under the sun, scattering points of light as the girl turned to her companion. "You'll only get in trouble." He regarded her for a long moment. Squat, toad-like face painted with makeup. That could just as easily be tattoos. Sakura reasoned, studying the simple design painted onto his face. Dark purple lips the same color as the sharp, triangular patterns arcing from the side of his jaw towards his nose. Smaller lines painted delicately on either side. The Hittite of the sand village tied around his forehead. Metal proudly displaying the hourglass emblem of Sunagakure, the village hidden in sand. Kano Amaru choked against the hold. Blue cape fluttering uselessly as the kid struggled. With a snort of disdain, the Sunanin dropped the boy. Kano Amaru hitting the ground with a thud. "You jerk!" Naruto shouted, breaking into a headlong sprint towards the stranger. Painted face turned with a smirk. Body motionless save for the slight twitch of his fingers. Sakura watched them with interest. Feeling the subtle pulse of chakra an instant before Naruto stumbled. Tumbling to the ground as though tripping on invisible wire. "Leaf Village's genin are weaker than I thought," he said. The arrogance lacing every word made Sakura clench her teeth. Striding to Naruto's side. Hand proffering to pull him upright. Whatever technique had tripped him, Sakura was impressed. It took exceptional chakra control to manipulate it to that extent. Just who is he? Magenta lips pulled back in a bearish grin as the nin made to attack. Body twisting to throw a punch even as Sakura flashed through hand signs. Kano Amaru scrambling to safety. How dare he attack a child, attack Naruto. Sakura's eyes blazed with fury. Causing this nin a severe injury sounded far too appealing. Let's destroy this little scorpion. Just as her chakra started to build, a projectile came flying. Cutting through the air faster than she could follow. It struck easily. Blood spattering before anyone could move. Painted face clutching at his wrist with a grimace as crimson spiked the air. His mouth opened in shock. Designs shifting like sand dunes. Purple lines and whirls crinkling into skin. Sakura looked to the direction the rock had appeared, unsurprised to see Sasuke. The Uchiha glaring down at them from his vantage point in a tree. Leaning casually against the trunk, he appeared entirely unbothered by the foreign nin below. Dark eyes glittering with open hostility. One hand tossing and catching a small stone. Its counterpart already covered in Suna blood. Sakura couldn't help feeling impressed. That's some power move. What do you think you're doing, provoking fights in someone else's village? Painted face glowered. His chakra pulsed. Bandages uncoiling a moment later from the figure strapped to his back. Loosening like sliced vines as they pooled around his feet. Painted face repositioning the bizarre object at his side. Sakura glanced at it uneasily. Noting the messy brown hair, the all-too-human outline. It exuded malice strong enough to raise shivers across her skin. Whatever was under those bandages, she did not want to know. Painted face smirked as he tugged at the dressings. Violent intent written into every action. Sakura drew Kakashi's tanto. The weapon gleamed in sunlight like liquid silver as she angled the blade. Calculating the short distance between her and painted face. Excitement and bloodlust flooded her senses. Sakura and the Sunanin facing escorted across the small space. He'll make great target practice. Kawa added. Serpentine body uncoiling to rise with predatory focus. His gaze fixating hungrily on the sand shinobi. And because he attacked first, I've now got probable cause. You sound far too gleeful. Painted face leered, Sakura mimicking the expression. Her body shifting into an offensive stance. Hand tightening around the tanto. Painted face's fingers twitched, likely summoning whatever move he had used before. Kankuro. A cold voice cut through Sakura's concentration. As cold as the desert at night. The speaker barely raised his voice from a whisper, yet the effect was instantaneous. Painted face, Kankuro, and the Sand Kunoichi visibly flinched. "Stop it!" Sakura glanced up towards the tree. The shade of the canopy doing little to camouflage Sasuke. The Uchiha's head was turned to the branch opposite his own. Eyes widening in evident shock at the Suna shinobi, standing upside down on the wood. Not one person had sensed his presence. Sakura's instincts began to scream in warning. Kawa hissing in fear, fangs bared as his body thrashed. The power radiating from this genin was not normal. His chakra a vast desert with no beginning or end. Sand dunes falling away beneath an endless sky. The boy was small. Shorter even than Sakura, red hair the color of dried blood. His skin pale, unmarked by even a single scar. Meaning this genin was either very, very good, or privileged enough that no one dared harm him. Sakura watched his eyes narrow. Pale jade reminding her of deep, glacial ice, one that displayed no emotion save cold fury. "I'll kill you," he said bluntly. Kankuro cowering under the threat. Earlier bravado vanishing as he shook with fear. The small shinobi had yet to lift a finger. Sakura noted the sand gourd strapped to his back. Almost as large as the boy, it was faded and cracked in places. The only part of him that showed any damage. "He's like Naruto," Kawa stated abruptly. Sakura frowned. Kankuro stammering excuses in the background. "What do you mean?" Just as the fox lurks beneath Naruto's skin, something sleeps within his. Sakura's heart beat faster. The realization coming with no small amount of dread. "Are you saying he's a Jinhyuki?" That's not possible." Kawa's forked tongue flickered. As though tasting her doubt. "How can you be so sure?" Sakura allowed herself a moment to digest the fact that more than one Jinhyuki existed. Just how many she could not know. Yet the implications, well fuck. Well fuck indeed. The stranger and Sasuke appraised one another. Sakura noted with more than a trace of fear that, should the two come head to head, she was not certain who would win. "Sasuke is the strongest genin I know. What does it mean for my team, if the Churyunin exams are filled with opponents like him?" "What's your name?" Sakura blurted out. Glad her voice came out steady. The stranger's attention turned to her and Sakura resisted the urge to run. Planting her feet firmly into the ground to hide the shaking. Jade eyes flicked over her, noting the well-used attire. Cuts and burns littering her skin from days of hard training. Sakura's short pink hair styled into a boy cut, she'd splurged on it recently, just the thought of how much her parents would hate it brought nothing but joy. Evidently, the boy decided she was nothing special. Wariness leaving his eyes as he leapt soundlessly to the ground. Companions scrambling away as he approached. Sharing uneasy glances behind Red Hair's back. What does it mean, wondered Sakura, if even his teammates are scared of him? "I'm Gaara of the desert." The dark kohl lining his eyes brought out the jade irises. He reminded Sakura of a statue come to life. Smooth, fluid movements at odds with the rigidness of his personality. "And who are you?" It took a moment to realize the question was addressed to her. Sakura tipped up her chin and squared her shoulders. Refusing to be cowed by the boy, even if he was a Jinhyuki. "I'm Sakura Hadash," she bulked at the name. Sharp edges and dark memories slicing her throat. Shaking her head of lingering shadows, she tried again. "I'm Sakura of the Leaf, it's nice to meet you, Gaara." A long, slow blink. "Yes. You're ninjas from the village hidden in the sand, right? Are you here for the Churyunin exam?" The Kunoichi nodded. Reaching into her pocket to pull out a small ID. Sakura just making out the name to Mary. "Don't you pathetic genin try anything," she warned, tapping the paper meaningfully. "We have every right to be here. As you say, we're sand genins from the land of wind, soon to be Churyunin." "Churyunin, exam." Naruto scratched his cheek, puzzled. Tamari laughed. "Have one of the other leaf idiots explain." "We're leaving." Gaara turned on one heel and the others followed. The gourd strapped to his back left a distorted shadow on the ground below. The cracks spider webbing across its surface ready to break at any moment. Sakura envisioned what was inside with fierce curiosity. even as Kano Amaru began heatedly explaining the Chunin exams. The fact Naruto was not even aware it existed had Sakura face-palming. Sometimes he was such. "You're an idiot," Sasuke cut in bluntly. Sakura smacked his arm. Rubbing it, Sasuke glared at her. "We need the entire team to be able to compete," she muttered. The two standing off to one side as Naruto stopped growling at Sasuke and returned to questioning Kano Amaru. The academy student answering with frightening ease. Sasuke sighed. "Of course we do." Sakura knew of no such rule, yet she figured it was the easiest lie to make him shut up. "I'm going home," she said abruptly. Making an effort to walk normally, even as every part of Sakura itched for the library. Determined to uncover what Jinchuriki hell plot she had walked into. Just how powerful was each one? Did every village have a secret weapon? What could that mean for Konoha? Sakura was so deep in thought she walked straight up a wall, automatically using chakra to stick to the surface. The tiles were warm beneath her back as, yawning, she climbed onto the roof. Ridges digging into her spine at regular intervals as Sakura stretched out across it. The sensation uncomfortable enough to fight off sleep even as sunlight soaked into aching muscles. Sakura watched the clouds drift across the sky, her mind racing with countless thoughts. The existence of Jinchuriki, plural. Gaara's unknown power and its threat to her team. Not to mention the Chunin exams. How the fuck was she supposed to? Oi. At the familiar voice she paused. Sakura scrambling into an upright position. The rooftop ended in a slight curl, Sasuke lifting a hand in greeting from the street below. His raven hair shone like liquid night. Sakura admired the effect, even if she'd long since abandoned the Sasuke infatuation, Sakura still had eyes. Sasuke. Puzzlement crept into her tone. Not once had he ever spoken to her willingly. Had something happened? Why don't we go for a little walk? Sakura's suspicion only grew as she jumped from the roof. The world rushing past in a blur of color. Her feet kicking up small puffs of dust as she landed neatly. Sasuke's face displayed no evidence of anger. Nothing at all save quiet expectation. Okay. Sakura agreed. Unable to uncover a reason why she shouldn't, despite the slight, pressing feeling something was wrong. Perhaps he knows about the mission, at least part of it. Sakura pondered over the thought as she fell into step beside him. Turning it over and over in her mental grasp like a rough-cut gem. Hoping to chip away at it until the answer revealed itself. Sasuke didn't speak as he guided her out of the village. Water babbling cheerfully beneath the bridge. Sakura shivered as they followed a dirt road. The air turning cold and damp. Fog creeping onto the landscape the further she walked. Shrouding everything in a thick layer of mist. Engulfing familiar landmarks until Sakura felt lost in some enormous nebular maze. The mist pressing against her skin like a phantom touch. Goosebumps rising that had nothing to do with the chill. Sasuke stopped so abruptly Sakura almost walked into him. His faint silhouette just visible. Only the distant outlines of training posts told Sakura where they were. Training Ground 3. But why? What's up, all of a sudden? Sakura said, unable to cope with silence any longer. Sasuke's back remained facing her. Uchiha emblem, the single drop of color amidst an incorporeal landscape. Give up on the Chunin exams. It's too early for you. Sakura tilted her head, sensing, for the first time, the subdued pulse of a foreign chakra network. Its rhythm a perfect match to the bizarre feeling of wrongness that had followed her out of Konoha. Comprehension clicked. Sasuke, you're worried about me? She fought to keep her voice level. To not reveal what was quickly becoming evident. A smile bloomed on his, Sasuke's, face. Yeah, I guess so. I've only seen him look at tomatoes like that. Bringing back that academy girl persona was frighteningly easy. Sakura clapping her hands in girlish delight as she squealed. Oh Sasuke-kun. I'm so happy. Giggling, Sakura walked towards him. Stopping only when their faces were inches apart. Sasuke's dark eyes widening in surprise. A light blush spreading across his cheeks as Sakura leaned closer. Counting down silently in her head as her fingers curled around a kunao. When she deigned it safe, the mask fell. Sakura's smile all teeth as she stabbed the blade into Suzuki's neck. I'm surprised such an elementary genjutsu works at all. Sakura called out. Illusion Suzuki dissipating like snow in summer. Although the hidden in the mist jutsu was a nice touch. A rumbling laugh enough over the clearing. The mist parting before a large shinobi. At 6'3" he towered above Sakura. Even as she craned her neck upwards to face him, the girl felt not a flicker of fear. This man was also an illusion. Striking would have been a waste of effort, the interplay of their blades a dance of shadow and sunlight with no real meaning. Just what I'd expect from Kakashi's subordinate. Sakura inclined her head, accepting the praise even as his form began to ripple. As though someone had thrown a rock into a perfect reflection. Limbs and body wavering as it distorted. Today may have been illusionary, but how will you fare against opponents far more devious than I? Are you strong enough to hold your own in an arena of death? Sakura clenched her fists, irritated at the perfect rendition to her inner thoughts. Is that a question or a statement? She ground out. A shinobi on a mission doesn't have the luxury of choice. I will be strong enough, because I have to be. The stranger nodded. An admirable mindset. Let's hope it lives up to the real thing. By the time Sakura opened her mouth to respond, the genjutsu vanished. Swept away like leaves on the wind. The walk back to the village felt infinite. Exhaustion pressing down on Sakura's frame. An invisible, unshakable weight that seemed to grow heavier with every step. Sakura yawned widely, as she turned a corner. Arms stretching high open, her head to reach skywards. Muscles aching. Sakura-chan. Rubbing her eyes, Sakura opened them to see Naruto and Suzuki. Each looking as wrecked as she felt. A cut across Naruto's arm still leaked blood, Suzuki's jaw discolored by a nasty bruise. So you've discovered the joy of genjutsu, Sakura noted drily. They snorted. I would rather Kakashi-sensei's 1,000 years of pain than to go through that again. Naruto rubbed at his backside with a vaguely haunted expression. Sakura burst out laughing. The raucous sound echoing down the street until she ran out of breath. Falling against the wall, Sakura wiped tears from her eyes, chest tight as it struggled to suck in air. I agree, she wheezed out. Naruto and Suzuki shared an incredulous look. Dope, isn't that funny? Or smart? Neither, are you? TCH. As if you could beat me in anything. Wanna bet? Yes. Sakura grinned at the instant reply. I didn't think you were the gambling type, Uchiha-san. Suzuki raised a brow. His competitive nature easily overcoming the cool, aloof mask he normally wore. Sakura could tell he was doing his best not to look intrigued. Smirking, she crossed her arms, the stone cold and rough beneath her skin. 100 Ryo says I can beat you at poker. Fine. Hey. Naruto shouted after them, I'm coming too. By the time Kakashi avoided the numerous traps, snares, genjutsu and other lovely goodies hidden throughout the Uchiha compound, Naruto's shouting had ceased. The Jounin crept silently to the door. Sliding back the screen just a crack. A line of light cutting through the darkness. Laughter, swearing and warmth rushing out to meet cold night air. The room was comfortably lit. Lamps casting an orange glow onto the faces of his students. Gathered around the wooden table, piles of dishes pushed haphazardly to one side. Emerald, gray and blue gazes fixated furiously upon respective cards. Small piles of money gathered beneath each player. Suzuki's a mountain in comparison to Sakura's small collection. In place of Naruto's winnings, 2 copper coins sat. Normally, Kakashi would have congratulated them on teamwork had it not been so late at night. Naruto's voice echoing from halfway across the village. Itching at his sensitive hearing until he finally had to scratch. Deftly avoiding every lethal trap with impressive speed. Kakashi little more than a ghost as he moved across the landscape. The single lit room a lighthouse within the dark compound. It was past midnight, he'd prepared himself for the worse. Perhaps Suzuki and Naruto had tried to kill each other already. Naruto's screams carried enough pain for it to be possible. Instead he was greeted with, this. His students, playing poker. Well, playing may have been a bit of an overstatement. It was immediately clear to Kakashi that at least 2 of them were cheating. Sakura's fingers tapping an unknown rhythm as her gaze flicked rapidly up and down the pile of cards. He could practically see calculations whirling in her mind. Occasionally, Sasuke would dip his head to one side as the stakes were raised. A glint of red just visible between raven locks. The Sharingan. Poor Naruto was losing more and more coins. Oblivious to the silent battle of wits the other two had engaged in. Naruto. I can hear you shouting from halfway across Konoha. Sakura almost dropped her cards in surprise, gathering them up in midair to hold against her chest. The suspicious glance directed at Sasuke returned with equal force. The tatami door slid back. A tall figure briefly outlined against the night. Only his signature, silver hair prevented Sakura from attacking. Kakashi-sensei. Naruto said, almost falling out of his chair as the Jounin body flickered to his side. Does he have to do that? Sakura thought angrily. Hard hammering in her chest as she tried to calm down. Now I'll have to start all over. Counting cards was no walk in the park. Half-formed equations shattering as her concentration broke. I believe I requested an early night. Kakashi drawled, fixing them all with an unimpressed gaze. The Chunin exams will require dedication and skill, should you wish to pass. The genin shared a guilty look. The original plan had been to stop after one game. Yet clearly, that hadn't happened. Naruto's frog wallet lay deflated on the table. Drained of all funds as the blonde threw his final coin into the center. He had steadily looked more and more distraught as the night wore on. Sakura wasn't faring much better. As for Sasuke, how the fuck was he still winning? Sakura growled quietly, wanting nothing more than to punch that smug look off his face. Apologies, Kakashi-sensei, Sasuke inclined his head. It appears we lost track of time. Yes, Sakura mumbled, still irked at the outcome. Pushing off from the table, Sasuke's chair slid back with a groan. The Uchiha extending a hand to collect his winnings. Coins clinking as they rolled across the surface. Sakura bit her lip to keep from screaming. That was all her rent money. You're an idiot. I know. Ma, Sasuke-kun, Kakashi said leisurely, I thought you were better than that. TCH. The Uchiha gave Kakashi a sideways glance. Corner of his mouth twisting into a scowl. Kakashi merely smiled. Using the Sharingan is hardly fair, he said, pushing the coins away from the Uchiha. Sakura motionless for a split second as she processed his words. The girl leapt to her feet. Eyes flashing with inhuman rage. Hands slammed onto the table, hard enough to crack wood. You've been using a Kekkai Genkai this entire time. As if you haven't been counting cards from the very beginning, Sasuke pointed out. Sakura's mouth dropped open. Using math is hardly against the rules. By that same logic, using jutsu is fine as well. No, it isn't. Naruto looked rapidly from one to the other, as though following a match of ping-pong. Wait, he said slowly, brows creasing in thought. You guys were both cheating. Team 7 dissolved into bickering. And Kakashi, a very tired Kakashi, did his best to pull them apart. Hundreds of kilometers away, in a room lit only by dim torchlight, Orochimaru leaned back against his chair, tapping the blade of a kunai thoughtfully against singed documents. A veritable treasure trove of information at his fingertips. One that sent excitement coursing through his veins. Oh, the possibilities. It's a pity, Kabuto, Orochimaru said, that we are almost out of time. His tongue flickered hungrily over the pages. Dark hair flowing down his back like liquid ink. Points of light catching like small stars as Orochimaru shifted. His golden eyes lifting reluctantly from the page to meet Kabuto's. The white-haired man cleared his throat. There were no survivors found, my lord. The hunter Nin disposed of all targets. To be expected. He responded smoothly. But no great loss. Amaki had long outlived his usefulness. Orochimaru waved a hand. The idle gesture belying the seriousness of the conversation. Once I have retrieved Sasuke, I will be free to pursue other endeavors. Holding the pages up to the light, Orochimaru smiled. The loyalty of several organizations could easily be bought with such a find. Truly, Amaki had wonderful ideas. Kabuto adjusted his glasses. Is that the wisest course of action? Why share it at all? The snake Sunin rose to his full height. Cold intelligence clashing with the fierce hunger of his expression. This information is precisely what Akatsuki desires. Tell me, Kabuto, what you would do, to obtain the power of a tailed beast. Orochimaru's student inclined his head. Face twisting into a look that rivaled his master's. Anything, the Mednin said. A gleam entering his eye at the mention of power. I would do anything. Chapter 13, Two Idiots, and Sakura. Sakura's footsteps had never seemed louder than they did walking the corridor. Shinobi far older, stronger, and better trained than herself lining the hallway. Dozens of eyes scouring across her frame like vultures. Picking apart strengths and weaknesses with predatory hunger. Naruto and Sasuke flanked her on either side. Sakura drawing comfort from their familiar presence. The hallway of the academy building was packed. Bodies pressed so closely together that, were it not for the animosity inherent within each team, everyone would be shoulder to shoulder. As it were, mere inches separated each person. Sakura shrinking inward as Team 7 shouldered their way through. Born and raised in Konoha, she had never seen such diversity. Countless variations of hair, a shock to her senses. As though seeing Konoha in color for the first time. Black and white melting into dozens of hues. Sakura's eyes flicked over the crowd. Hitai of all villages proudly on display. The symbols familiar after months of academy study. Konoha, located in the land of fire, had vast, powerful enemies. And Sakura had made it a point to research them as thoroughly as she could. Tackling extra credit assignments given with iron focus. Nights filled with dozens of books. Thick, weighty tomes that detailed everything from political alliances to agricultural records, everything that was made publicly available in any case. Hand cramping even as it fought to draw the next character. Sentences rewritten again and again until she thought them perfect. Sakura had thrown herself into paper ninja work. Determined not just to impress Sasuke-kun, although that had been an embarrassingly large part of it, but to make herself useful in any way she could. Back then, Sakura had thought useful only existed in a single capacity. A shinobi defined by the skill set they boasted, or one they were positioned to develop. Like a blank canvas ready for that single, perfect image. Mednin, Genin, Umbu Agent, Honeypot, the list went on. Instead, useful was a brush of weaving colors. A single stroke enough to change everything. Sakura was not born holding the right colors for the future she wanted, but that didn't mean she wouldn't try. Determination mixing with hard training until the dream she strove for was a completed artwork. Just as here, in the Chunin exams, a single decision could win them everything. And what of failure? It's not just your pride on the line. I would prefer not to die today. I'm not pathetic enough to die quite so quickly. Hardly a reassuring response. As always, I aim to please. Emerald eyes scanned apprehensively for the jinhyuriki of the sand. Yet Sakura could detect no sign of Gaara's presence. Instead, her gaze drifted over Team 7's opponents. Unfamiliar faces twisting with blatant hostility. The crowd had started to thin as they drew closer to the set of doors that marked the entrance to the exam. Many shinobi hanging back, likely wary of hidden traps. Which, logically speaking, would be the best move on our parts as well. Sakura fought the urge to sigh. Trying to convince Naruto or Sasuke to not immediately rush in would be like asking rabid dogs not to touch steak. Rabid dogs have more common sense than those two. Well, you're not wrong. A sudden cry of pain sent her jolting back to the present. The pink-haired girl took a step forward, joining the semicircle that had formed around the doors. Rippling laughter echoing as a Konoha genin stumbled backward. Clutching his cheek as he fell. A girl Sakura vaguely remembered from the academy catching him before he hit the ground. Whispering quiet assurances as she checked over the wound. Taking the Chunin exam with that skill. A shinobi guard leered. Holding his hand up to the light as though checking for blood. Runts like you should just quit, his companion added. You're nothing but rookie brats, after all. Sakura watched alongside the others as the young Kunoichi straightened. A reassuring hand remaining on her teammate's shoulder. Please let us through, she said quietly. the firmness of her tone somewhat ruined by the shaking of her body. Even so, Sakura couldn't help but be impressed by her tenure. The young girl taking a step forward. Looking desperately alone, despite being encircled by a crowd. "You have no right to stop us." The girl raised her head proudly as she stopped in front of the guards. Reminding Sakura of a mouse before wolves. "We were approved to compete," she cried out in surprise. The impact of skin on skin echoing in the small space as a guard struck. The girl's head whipping back from the blow. Sakura clenched her teeth. Unwilling to draw attention to her team so early in the exams. She couldn't risk intervening, even as part of her hated remaining on the sidelines. "Tenten!" the boy from earlier cried out. Rushing to her side, he caught her arm, steadying the kunoichi just as she had done for him. "We're doing you a favor," the guard announced. Twin weapons across his back gleaming as he shifted stance. The Chiryunin exams are a high hurdle, many cannot handle it and quit soon after. Or become disabled for life, his companion snickered. Dark eyes fixed on the rookie genin. A Chiryunin is at the level of a unit leader. The success of the mission and the lives of subordinates rest in their hands. Crossing his arms, the guard stared down at the bruised duo. Under the collective judgment of the room, they seemed even younger. Faces still round from childhood. Large, bright eyes communicating nothing but innocent enthusiasm. So different from the dull, cold expressions of older shinobi. "Is that what we look like too?" Sakura wondered. Her gaze traveled over Naruto and Sasuke. The former's jaw clenched tightly as he witnessed the scene. The latter all but indifferent. Picking dirt from under his nails as though listening to a mathematics lecture. What's so bad about removing weeds? It allows the garden to flourish, no. Sakura started as Sasuke pushed his way forward. Stepping casually into the open space as though he owned it. Hesitating, she glanced at Naruto. Both of them stuck in a wordless debate before loyalty won out and they followed Sasuke. Team 7 flanked the last Uchiha as he stopped before the doors. Hands shoved casually into pockets, his head tilted slightly. "A just argument," Sasuke said. "However, you will let me through. And undo this genjutsu barrier while you're at it." Sakura's earlier annoyance morphed into surprise. A genjutsu had been cast? What's he talking about? People began to murmur. "I haven't sensed any genjutsu." One of the guards raised a brow. "Oh ho, so you noticed." Sasuke shrugged, "It was painfully obvious and besides, I've had enough of waiting." The Uchiha's face was open and encouraging in a way she had never seen. "How about it, Sakura, are you ready to become a Chiryunin? Your taijutsu and ninjutsu have improved the most in our squad, after all." Sakura blushed at the unexpected praise. She was almost certain Sasuke took no notice of anyone besides Naruto. Cold and aloof, his attention landed on her only when absolutely necessary. It was therefore a delight to realize that even Sasuke had a sweet side. Sakura grinned. "Thank you," she said, her chakra reaching outwards to touch the guards. A faint buzzing confirming earlier suspicions. "While you're at it, Sasuke, you should ask them to remove that clone jutsu." Sakura gestured to the men, green eyes narrowing. "What's the point of transforming, just to act like jerks in front of the wrong door?" "Oh," the guard strode forward, his hand closing around the collar of Sakura's shirt. Material cutting painfully into her neck as he yanked it. "The Chiryunin exams will eat you alive, Pinky." Sakura forced herself to meet his gaze. Faces close enough she could see the pock marks in his face. Sakura's wide-eyed expression reflected back at her from within brown irises. She looked as terrified as she felt. And for a brief moment doubt crept into her mind. The Chiryunin exams were dangerous, violent, and bloody. To unprepared genin they could be fatal. "But I'm ready for this. I've trained for this. Team 7 is counting on me." Sakura took a deep breath. Channeling her inner Sasuke, she offered an arrogant smirk. "I'll prove you wrong. So just fucking watch me." Her hand closed around the guard's wrist and twisted, throwing him off even as she leapt backward. Landing beside Naruto, Sakura raised her head just fast enough to dodge his oncoming kick. The whistle as it spun through the air telling her just how fast he was. Pink strands of hair fluttered in the breeze, a ghost sensation where it had almost connected. Sasuke pushed her aside as the guard went to attack again. Sakura stumbles back from the unexpected maneuver, colliding with Naruto, who steadied her with one hand as they retreated. "This was my fight, you bastard," Sakura glowered. Irked, her first real combat opportunity had been stolen. Did he think her too weak to fight properly? Was he afraid she would embarrass Team 7? Whatever the reason, it was hard not to feel impressed as she watched Sasuke, the boy, trading blows with the man almost faster than she could follow. A blur of fists and striking elbows, Sasuke's form adapting with fluid precision to every movement of his opponent. Sakura gasped as Sasuke avoided the low sweeping kick of the guard, flipping backward and countering with a roundhouse, his opponent copying the movement. It was evident from the tension of Sasuke's muscles, the explosive power that kick contained. The two shinobi were mere inches apart, seconds away from colliding with what would surely be bone-crushing force. Sakura closed her eyes tightly, waiting for an impact that never came. The room was silent, save for the quiet breathing of dozens of spectators. Sakura's eyes opened, confusion tugging at her mind when no injuries registered. Both Sasuke and the guard were still standing, bodies trembling with restrained effort as they fought to overcome the sudden interference. Sakura blinked, recognizing the boy from earlier, the bruise on his cheek a spot of darkness amidst pale skin. He had moved so fast, not one person in a room full of shinobi had noticed. Gaze bright and fierce, his one-handed grasp on Sasuke's ankle enough to restrain it completely. The guard opposite in a similar position. In awe, Sakura could only admire his skill. "He's a different person than earlier," she said to Naruto, the blonde nodding in agreement as Sasuke dropped back into a civil stance, the guard following suit. "I can't believe he stopped both of them at once," Sakura murmured. And from the look on Sasuke's face, he was thinking along similar lines. "Hey, this isn't what we agreed on." Sakura shifted towards a vaguely familiar voice. Neji Hyuga striding right past Team 7 to pause in front of the boy. The aim was not to attract unwanted attention. Long, glossy brown hair shifted as Neji crossed his arms, irritation gleaming in those signature Hyuga eyes. They'd always reminded Sakura of pearls, the jewels of the sea gifted to humankind. Colored a soft, milky white, the gentle appearance belied the power contained within. Byakugan users able to see pathways of chakra, to navigate to safety where all others would drown. The Hyuga family counted amongst the most powerful in Konoha. "Honestly, Lee-san, I expected better from you." Sakura tilted her head as she regarded Neji's teammate. His green, spandex jumpsuit clashed horribly with orange leg weights. A red sash tied just above his waist cleverly positioned the Hitayate of Leaf Village to protect his stomach. For a taijutsu specialist, Sakura imagined that a small, metal shield would prove invaluable. Were he to be winded in a fight, it would quickly end. The boy had an appearance to match his unexpected abilities. Black hair cut into a short bowl cut. Eyebrows. His eyebrows are thicker than your sensei's will to live. It took everything Sakura had not to burst out laughing, the inside of her cheek stinging from biting it so hard. Lee's gaze met her own, face lighting up in an expression Sakura had never seen. Pushing past Neji, it only became clear his target was Sakura when he stopped before her. Only a few inches of height separated them. Yet Sakura still had to tilt her head upwards. "Your name's Sakura, right?" Yeah," she said slowly. "My name is Rock Lee. Please go out with me." "What?" Sakura's brain all but short-circuited. The blushing, earnest expression of Lee so at odds with his earlier intensity. And he wanted to date her right in the middle of the Chunin exams? Talk about timing. I'll have to refuse." Sakura's voice rose in pitch even as she turned around, grabbing Naruto and Sasuke by the wrists and pulling them up the stairs. Her face burned as fellow shinobi tracked their ascent. "Of all the places to ask. I don't even know him." "Sakura-chan, that hurts," Naruto complained, unable to break her grip as they left Team 3 on the floor below. Footsteps echoing throughout the stairwell. After a minute of struggling, Sasuke gave up. resigning himself to the situation with a quiet sigh. Trying his best to seem nonchalant about being dragged to the third floor by a pink-haired girl. Naruto rubbed at his wrist with a grimace. Sasuke's normally flawless skin tarnished by the red imprint of Sakura's hand. Ignoring the muted grumbling of the boys, Sakura walked slowly over the floor, admiring the vast, arcing space. So different to the crowded corridor below. Clearly, this was used as a meeting room. Its scuffed wood floors covered in scratches, likely from years of chairs being maneuvered back and forth. Windows built into the far wall allowed vast quantities of sunlight to stream into the space. Dust motes dancing in the air like golden snowflakes. The shadows of support columns stretched across the floor, dark reflections to the pillars above. Around the top of the room, an additional seating area had been built. A small, walled balcony to overlook the space below. In wordless agreement, Team 7 fell into step. Their target, Room 301, closer than ever. I wonder what the first exam will be. Traditionally, the Chunin exam was split into rounds, each designed to remove unworthy candidates from selection. Trials growing progressively harder as the Genin advanced. Considering it ran only twice a year, the event drew shinobi from all villages, each determined to prove the strength of their land. Sakura knew its purpose extended beyond the advancement of ninja ranks. The Chunin exams were hugely significant for the politics of Konoha, enabling bonds between neighboring countries to be strengthened, or broken. It was no secret Konoha had been revered amongst the shinobi nations, the strongest link in the chain of power that bound the continent. Its people harboring Kekkei Genkai, so infamous even the name was enough to provoke fear. The Sharingan, able to copy anything, from the smallest of movements to the most intricate of jutsu. Hashirama Senju's would release, so powerful even its wooden clones were capable of performing ninjutsu. The wielder able to create entire forests with nothing but a fusion of water and earth chakra. Though Mokuton had died away generations ago, its reputation had not. Yet the Kyuubi attack and the Uchiha massacre had devastated Konoha's power. And even a rookie genin like Sakura could tell they were struggling. Increasing advancements in places such as Tsunagakuer and Otagakuer, shone through the sheer number of sand and sound genin competing, contrasting all too clearly with the few leaf genin around. But so what? Team 7 is strong enough to make up for it. Nothing can beat Sasuke's Sharingan or outlast Naruto's chakra. And what of you? Sakura's hand drifted to the pouch containing Kakashi's Tanto. Just its presence enough to reassure her. The fact her sensei believed in Sakura's abilities to the point of entrusting her with a Heitake heirloom, meant more than she could say. What little money she had to spare was immediately devoted to its care. The girl spending hours polishing and sharpening the blade until it shone. A silver star amidst the gloomy night of her apartment. One bright enough to hold off the encroaching dark. I'll just have to train hard, until I can stand beside my team. Hey. You three. Rock Lee stood on the balcony, arms waving desperately as he fought to gain their attention. What do you want, bushy brows? Sasuke's irritation bled clearly into the words. The Uchiha still half-angled towards their destination. Will you fight me? Right here, right now. A glimmer of interest entered his gaze. Sakura resisted the urge to slap it away. Don't be stupid, Sasuke, she hissed instead. You need to save your strength for actual opponents. TCH. As if he could do a lick of damage. Sakura growled in frustration as he pushed past her, striding into the center of the wooden space. Stupid, arrogant prick of a teammate. Sure, I could do with a warm-up. If I knew fire jutsu, Sasuke, your face would be barbecue right now. Sakura thought mutinously. Beyond angry, he would risk fighting an unknown opponent right before the exam. A rash, impulsive decision that fueled nothing but his ego. Rock Lee nodded, backflipping off the railing to land neatly on the ground meters below. Eyebrows drawn together in fierce concentration, reminiscent of large black caterpillars stuck to his face. Sakura unable to prevent a shiver of dislike at the thought. Nay, Sakura-chan, Naruto whispered with a conspiratorial grin. Do you think Bushy Brow's moves will be as strong as his eyebrows? Sakura ducked her face to hide an amused snort. Naruto, don't be mean. The blonde seemed about to reply when Lee pointed at Sasuke with a determined expression. I would like to see how my moves fare against a descendant of the genius Uchiha clan. From the confidence in his voice and the casual readiness to his stance, Sakura could tell Lee was serious. And also, his gaze landed on Sakura and she froze. No. Ducking beyond Naruto, the pink-haired girl did her best to appear invisible. Sakura-san, Lee called, blushing furiously as he focused on her. I love you. Kawa, please kill me. Only if you kill me first. Sakura-san. You're an angel. Ducking behind Naruto, Sakura held his shoulders, resting her forehead against the small of his back as she shook with quiet laughter. Oh, the irony. To label a kunoichi like her an angel, what were the odds? So you're challenging me knowing my name is Uchiha? Sasuke cut in. Clearly irritated, the attention had shifted from him. For once, Sakura was grateful for his pig-headedness, mentally praying that, someday, Lee would find someone who loved him as much as Sasuke loved his ego. Sasuke cracked his knuckles. This will be a short fight. The Uchiha had barely taken a step when Naruto pushed him aside. Pulling out of Sakura's grip as though it were nothing, her hand just skimmed his sleeve as he sprang forwards. I'll be able to take care of him in just 5 minutes. Naruto called over his shoulder, dashing in a headlong sprint towards Lee. Sakura watched intently, determined to gather as much intel as she could on a fellow competitor. Naruto's sense of self-perseveration was even worse than Sasuke's, and Sakura knew better than to try and drag him out of a fight. I'm going to take you down, Dadabiya. Naruto struck out with a right-handed punch, arm extending to its fullest length, as he poured strength into the blow. Sakura waited for Lee to dodge or counter, expecting that incredible speed from earlier to re-emerge, for him to do something. Instead, the genin hardly moved, a twitch of his left arm the only warning before it struck Naruto's wrist, cutting the power balance so perfectly the blonde could only stumble, momentum carrying him forwards until he was seconds away from face planting into the ground. Leaf whirlwind! Lee cried out, dropping into a low kick, his lean body executing each movement with flawless precision, as though following the well-worn steps to a dance routine as his foot arched upwards to connect with Naruto's gut. The force of it enough to send Naruto flying backwards. Sakura winced at the impact as he hit the wall, watching the boy slide gracelessly to the floor, unconscious before she could so much as blink. Do you realize what my name means, bushy brow? Sasuke asked, ignoring Naruto's crumpled form in the corner. Lee squared his shoulders, looking entirely unbothered by the earlier altercation. Sakura remained in awe of his sheer skill. Rarely had she seen taijutsu used so fluidly in combat, and to be so accomplished as a genin. No matter how good he is, Sasuke will still win. Among the Leaf Village genin, I'm the strongest, Lee said, boldly crooking a palm in a come-hither gesture. The bandages wrapped around his left hand fluttering slightly. Sakura wondered idly if they protected an older injury, or something else. Lee pointed at Sasuke, the gesture openly challenging, as was the dark fire burning in his gaze. You, Uchiha Sasuke, are no match for me. Sakura glanced nervously at Sasuke. Don't worry, he said without turning, attention fixated upon Lee. Sasuke's mouth curled into a smirk. An interesting proposition, too bad it'll be over in 5 minutes. Sasuke sprang forwards, his speed even more impressive than usual, a blur of black and blue as he launched towards Lee, aiming a punch directly at the genin's face. Sasuke's skill evident in every movement, a far cry from Naruto's earlier blundering. Sakura waited expectantly for the moment of impact, expecting Lee's body to hit the ground alongside Naruto's. Instead, his body flickered, moving faster than the eye could follow, rematerializing a meter above Sasuke. The Uchiha's face froze in shock as his fist connected with empty air. Twisting his lower body midair, Lee's orange leg warmers traced a golden arc through the room, his foot connecting with Sasuke's face an instant later. The Uchiha flew backward, rolling over and over before he came to a stop, groaning softly as trembling arms fought to push him upright, blood dripping from a slight cut to his cheek. Sakura glanced back to Lee, who waited patiently a short distance away. He seemed entirely unaffected by the exertion. Casual confidence unchanging, even as Sasuke staggered upright. Eyes gleaming bright red. The tomo of the Sharingan spinning within his irises. Against a Kekii Genkai that can predict every move, there's no way Bushiroad can win. I wouldn't be so sure. If the Uchiha clan were really so powerful, why is there only one left? Sakura was still searching for an answer, when Sasuke resumed his attack. Face twisting with anger as his eyes spun. Black and red melding into a terrifying power that had the potential to start wars. Lee avoided Sasuke's punch with ease, all but vanishing as his speed outstripped Sakura's vision. Sasuke's gaze was wild as he desperately scanned the room, searching for any trace of his opponent. Sakura did the same, though he may as well have been invisible. It was pure instinct that had her turning to the left, just in time to see Lee re-emerge a meter from Sasuke. And it was to the collective shock of the room that Sasuke, even with the Sharingan, was unable to dodge his next attack. Lee's kick striking Sasuke's chin with explosive power. The Uchiha's limp body tossed through the air like a ragdoll. Sakura winced at the impact as he hit the ground. This time Sasuke didn't move. Lee stopped beside his prone form, neither regretful nor gloating as he gazed down at the felled opponent. My technique is neither ninjutsu nor genjutsu. Make no mistake, the Sharingan is able to perfectly copy that which relies on chakra buildup and weaving signs. However, Lee trailed off as Sasuke's eyes twitched open, the Uchiha pulling himself into a shaky, upright position, quivering from a mixture of shock and anger. He looked furious. Had Sakura just been utterly destroyed by a kid with a bowl cut in bright green spandex, she would be too. My technique is mere taijutsu. Even if you understand with your eyes, there's nothing you can do if your body can't keep up. Sasuke had recovered enough to stand, backing several paces away to fall into a defensive stance, red eyes watching warily. Sakura's respect for Lee only grew as the two exchanged a flurry of blows. Fists, elbows and legs striking with deadly speed. Sasuke, using the Sharingan, was just able to hold his ground. Even so, it was clear Lee had the advantage. He's that powerful using only taijutsu? Incredible. Sakura frowned as the bandages around Lee's arm began to unwind, reminding her disturbingly of Kankuro as they fluttered to the ground, resting like shed snakeskin atop the wooden floor. It was enough that Sakura took several steps forward, disliking the hardening of Lee's expression, determination mixing with some emotion she couldn't place. He followed Sasuke into the air as the Uchiha made to jump away, dressings unraveling from his arm like discarded ribbons. I'll prove that effort exceeds genius. Dancing leaf shadow. His left hand, now entirely bare, began to glow with chakra. Sakura could sense it building and building in his arm, bandages whipping wildly around the limb as though caught in a gale. Sasuke's eyes widened in frightened confusion, unable to avoid whatever technique was coming. Sakura didn't waste any more time, hands flying through signals almost faster than her chakra could keep up. Those three are total idiots. The lightning wolf sprung from her hands in a brilliant flash, body made of crackling electricity as it streaked across the room, sparks of energy trailing in its wake. Her wolf, as it sprang for Lee, appeared identical to a lightning bolt, its lean form narrowing out, paws outstretched and jaw opening, tail streaming behind as its teeth closed around Lee's arm. The genin cried out in shock and pain as electricity coursed violently through his body. Sakura was careful to suppress her chakra enough that the jutsu's damage was limited to mild injury. Even so, it didn't look fun to be bitten by lightning. Lee dropped, twitching to the floor, staring blankly up at the ceiling as a thin line of drool trickled down his mouth. Standing over his body, Sakura nudged the boy with a toe, frowning when he showed no reaction. Perhaps I overdid it, she muttered, noting the steam that was rising from his bodysuit, the faint scent of charred flesh steadily invading the room. Hey, Sasuke, what do you think? She trailed off at the sight of her raven-haired teammate in a similar position, only slightly less burnt than Lee. Sasuke had also dropped to the ground, hair sticking out in crazed spikes, the ends curled inwards from sudden heat. He groaned. What the fuck? It was the only way to stop you both. She snapped. Lee was about to perform some dangerous move. At least save the fighting for the actual exam. Grimacing, Sasuke rubbed at his head as he sat up. Looking significantly worse for wear after the spar and Sakura's lightning release. She decided not to mention half of his eyebrow had also been singed off. Sakura-san, you're so strong. Lee managed to choke out. Sakura gawking as he pushed himself upright, brushing off dirt and ash from his clothing. She had just electrocuted him and that was his takeaway? Raising an arm he offered a thumbs up. However, it was unnecessary. I was not even considering using my special hidden move that Sensei explicitly banned to defeat Sasuke. I guess the Uchiha clan's not all that strong after all. Naruto said blandly. Bits of plaster were still visible in his hair, sticking like white moth eggs to the golden filaments. For someone who had been knocked out in the first 5 seconds, he was acting awfully flippant. Sasuke glared at him from a few paces away. Although he chose not to respond, Sakura could tell the comment had hurt. Clenching her teeth to hide increasing irritation, she was about to yell at them both when a dramatic cry pierced the air. The man, as he flipped of the balcony, was undoubtedly a Jounin. The speed at which he materialized before them unmatched even by Lee. Never in a million years had Sakura imagined the Chunin exams would be filled with quite so much spandex. Dressed identically to his student, Metogai grinned at them all. Pearly white teeth contrasting with glossy black hair. Everything, from the bowl cut to the eyebrows, identical to that of his prodigy. Dancing leaf shadow is prohibited. Lee. His fist came down hard atop the boy's head. You will be punished after the exams. Both for breaking the ban and fighting an ally, idiot. The impact of the punch echoed around the room. Sakura winced. How was his skull not broken? Rubbing at his head, Lee broke into rapid apology. Occasionally earning another whack from Guy as he struggled to justify trying to use, was she hearing the words, deadly technique, correctly? With Lee in a headlock, Guy turned to the three of them. Team 7. How is Kakashi? Sakura glanced at the boys, each of them looking equally perplexed. He's fine, she said uncertainly. Struggling to process that her lazy, antisocial sensei was friends with this man. You know Kakashi? Sasuke interjected, brushing dirt from his clothing. His expression returned to its normal aloofness. Minus half an eyebrow. Guy rubbed his chin thoughtfully, seemingly unaware of the fact Lee was turning blue at his side. Some call us eternal rivals. Sakura's snort of amusement was thankfully hidden by Naruto's comical yell. Kakashi-sensei has a rival? Indeed. Sakura flinched as his voice answered from just beside her. Metogai offered her a broad grin. So close she could see small tears in the fabric of his flak jacket. Lee's speed had been on another level, but this, she could liken it to teleportation. Across the room 1 second, someplace else the next. Every one of his actions felt so natural, so unreserved. Guy was free with emotions in a way Sakura had never seen on anyone besides Naruto. Open for anyone to read. Fiery voice and expressive body language so different to that of Kakashi. Her sensei quiet and withdrawn by comparison. Sakura knew his deeper emotions were kept buried. Hidden behind an aura of casual disinterest she did not have the fortitude to break. In short, Metogai and Hatake Kakashi were as different as day and night. The former warm and upfront. Relentless summer sun burning the ground in its over-enthusiasm to bring warmth. The latter cold and obdurate. Scattering snowflakes as one would throw breadcrumbs. Uncaring of where they fell as his world turned to ice. Sakura-chan. When did he move? Naruto asked. His pink-haired companion merely shook her head. How was it physically possible for the human body to travel that rapidly? How could someone as notable as Guy become all but invisible in the span of an instant? Guy had turned to Sasuke by this point, looking down from his considerable height to focus on the Uchiha, casting a shadow almost as large as the pillars beside him. The Jounin tapped at his chest. This time around, Lee was the source of trouble. I ask you to forgive him." A quiet rustling from the corner of the room was enough to make Sakura's head turn. Lee's bloodied, bruised knuckles the first thing she saw before they were steadily covered by bandages. He must train extremely hard, she thought, noting the practiced ease with which he wrapped the dressings. Likely repeating the movements often enough they required no thought at all. Bushy Brow might be even faster than Kakashi, Dadabiya, Naruto murmured at her side. Sakura felt inclined to agree. "Yosh. We will be going." The words had barely left Guy's mouth before he and Lee dissipated, darting like small fish across the room, disappearing into the ocean shadows of the lower stairwell. Naruto yawned, scratching plaster pieces from his hair. His casual stance at odds with the musing tone of voice. That Bushy Brow probably did a heck of a lot of special training. "More so than you," he added, with a glance at Sasuke. The Uchiha's mood as dark as his hair. Sakura despised the heavy, weighty silence the room fell into. Naruto and Sasuke looking at each other with genuine hostility. "You both saw his hand, right?" she asked. "All it means is that we need to train harder and besides," Sakura grinned at them both. Excitement tingling like lightning in her veins. The day had barely started, and already she'd electrocuted 2 people. Best moment ever. "I think the Chunin exams are starting to get interesting." Sasuke, busy examining a charred hole in his sleeve, offered an amused snort. "I can't argue with that." Striding past her, he glanced over his shoulder with a rare smile. "Let's go Naruto, Sakura." Sakura and Naruto flanked Sasuke as they left the conference room. Team 7 falling into a heated discussion. So wrapped up in each other they failed to notice the audience above. Pink, black, and blonde heads held closely together. 3 distinct shadows melding into one as they walked, headlong, into whatever came next. Kakashi stepped into the light of the balcony. Camouflage genjutsu dissolving into fine mist as he watched his students vanish down the hall. A pulse of surprise at the notion they had already cleared the first hurdle, even if none of them were aware. From the start, only 3-member squads were permitted to take the exam. If, at any point, had one genin chosen to withdraw, the entire team would be lost. Sakura had likely saved all 3 of them. That dancing leaf shadow technique, Kakashi tilted his head over to Guy. The man was practically vibrating with excitement. "Rival, your students are indeed formidable, especially that young Kunoichi." He gave a thumbs up, broad grin firmly in place. Kakashi exhaled quietly. Unwilling to admit the majority of Sakura's skill had nothing to do with him. Although Raiten, at least, he could take credit for. Still, I never thought she would use it to electrocute fellow genin. Kakashi wasn't sure whether to be amused or perturbed. Anko had not stopped laughing, her form shaking with silent laughter on the ground nearby. The proctor of Stage 2 had insisted on surveying the teams during Part 1. Claiming it was all in the name of displaying a vested interest in the military power of foreign countries when Kakashi strongly suspected she was simply a sadist. One that enjoyed watching low-ranked shinobi be put through hell and back. "Come on Kakashi," she said at last, wiping tears that had sprung from lilac eyes. Liquid hitting the ground like fresh spring rain. "Admit it, that was a beautiful scene to witness." Kakashi was grateful his mask disguised the small, amused smile playing on his face. It wasn't every day a lightning wolf took a bite out of people. Tapping her fingers against the railing, Anko sighed happily. "Pinky's sure come a long way. I'm proud of that little hellion." In disbelief, Kakashi turned to look at her. The purple-haired jounin happily carving obscene drawings into the balcony railing. Wood chips falling onto the ground below her kunao dug through the grain. Sakura's mysterious sensei was you. A high-pitched girlish laugh. Kakashi was not aware adults could make such a sound, and for it to come from Anko, he shivered. Of course. Who do you think taught her such badass water jutsu? Kakashi tugged at his mask, unable to decide which was stranger. That Anko had willingly trained a genin, or that Sakura had come out alive. Yosh. The power of youth runs strong in that girl. Kakashi leapt onto the railing, balancing effortlessly upon its narrow surface. A gray eye flicked lazily over the 2 jounin. "Ma, that's one way to put it. Speaking of my students, I should see them off. His body tipped forward before the others could say a word. Dropping like hail from a dark gray sky before training kicked in, Kakashi putting on a burst of speed as he body flickered towards the room. They should be just about there by now. Kakashi-sensei. Naruto pointed at the man in surprise. Team 7 coming to an abrupt standstill. The door leading to room 301 blocked by their silver-haired sensei. Currently slouched against its frame. His face crinkled into a nice smile at their approach. Well done for making it. This Churyunin exam is even harder than usual, on account of the unusual number of applications. However, I'm confident you three can handle it. Sakura's next challenge waited just beyond. Another hurdle to climb on her way to Jounin. Picking nervously at the hem of her shirt. Sakura wondered if the twisting in her gut was excitement or nerves. Kawa's tongue flickered, his body shifting, as though picking up on her muddled emotions. Scales a glittering display of every shade of blue. The Churyunin exam is, at its core, a test of teamwork. As the leader of a squad, a Churyunin is required to make harsh, sometimes cruel decisions. A single hesitation could mean death. Naruto swallowed audibly. Sasuke shifting impatiently from one foot to the other. Sakura bit her lip hard enough to draw blood. Rika's screaming ringing through the corridor like a vengeful spirit. A phantom to everyone else, it threatened to pull her back into dark, awful memories. It took a sizable effort to bundle all her doubts together. Ragged scraps of fear and regret that Sakura threw from her mind like discarded toys. Had Konoha not deemed you all suitable to compete, I would have stopped the exam right here. Kakashi pushed off the wall. Straightening to his full height to regard the three of them. Sakura blinked, having forgotten just how tall he was. Kakashi-sensei was normally slouched over. Yet even Sasuke, the tallest among the three, barely reached his chest. Upon Kakashi's uniform, the red symbol of the Uzumaki clan stood out like a drop of blood amidst the blue sleeves. It was worn by all Jounin to commemorate their alliance with the revered Uzumaki, a fashion which Sakura found deeply ironic, considering Konoha's treatment of its final member. The spiral pattern looped elegantly inwards, reminding her of Kawa's serpentine form. Starkly prominent against the rest of Kakashi's attire. The final link to a shattered clan. Aside from the boy beside her, Naruto's attention fixed upon their teacher. You all are a team I'm proud of. Kakashi announced. Stepping aside, he gestured in silent invitation. The Jounin's words played over and over in Sakura's mind as she strode forward. The praise enough to warm her heart, burning away the last fragments of fear till they fell like dying embers. The Churyunin exam lay just ahead, and Sakura would be damned if she walked away now. Let's do this, Dadabiya. Naruto said, as he and Sasuke fell into step beside her. The doors towered over them like wooden guards. Enormous, solid stature, a blatant sign that teamwork was necessary. Not a single genin could have moved those doors alone. And yet, with all of Team 7 working together, it was the work of mere moments before the wood began to shift. Groaning like a ship in a headwind as it was pushed backwards. Sakura just prayed they wouldn't drown before it was over. With the light flooding inwards as the doors opened, it took her eyes a moment to adjust. Sakura a hand above her face as she squinted. Slowly, her vision began to clear. Clarity bleeding into the world like paint on canvas. Tones and hues mixing perfectly, blobs of color shifting to figures and objects with frightening ease. As she gazed around the room, Sakura muttered the word Kai under her breath. Sending out a small pulse of chakra to confirm that, yes, this was real. I am going to die. Yes, yes we are. From her place at the doorway, Sakura looked out over the sea of faces. Hostile gazes everywhere she turned. Shinobi of all ages and backgrounds sharpening weapons or discussing strategies. At a rough estimate, Sakura guessed there to be at least 60 genin packed into the room. Rows of wooden pews all but hidden under the deluge of bodies. Symbols of foreign natures and the appearances to match, reminding her starkly that this was no training exercise. Sakura's hand gripped the front of her shirt. The girl doing her best to hide its shaking. Aside from the Konoha rookie 9, all of whom she could just pick out from the crowd, and the Sand siblings, the remaining genin all appeared far older. Late teens into early 20s. After her experience with Haku, Sakura knew that age did not connote skill. Even so, she had been expecting a classroom of young genin. It was therefore daunting to face the room full of adults and try desperately to convince herself she was their equal. Sakura felt herself shrink under the weight of so many eyes. Kawa hissing slightly as he picked up on her fear. Hood neck flaring out to make himself appear as large as possible, despite the fact her psyche was invisible to everyone else. Aside from your blonde friend over there. Sakura glanced towards Ino and grimaced. She looked as perfect as ever. Sleek, golden hair tied back into a high ponytail. Glimpses of flawless skin just visible beneath an outfit which likely cost a year's rent, probably more. They had not spoken in months. A small, childish part of her scared of Ino's reaction. With short hair and clearly defined muscle, Sakura hardly resembled the delicate, sensitive girl she used to be. What would Ino say about such a transformation? It would draw attention she simply couldn't risk. Not from a clan as powerful as the Yamanaka. What their mind jutsu had the potential to uncover. No, that particular secret of mine can stay buried. Kawa's tail tapped the surface of the water. Droplets sticking to sapphire scales like morning dew. I am not something you can hide, Sakura. At least not forever. Sakura swallowed. One hand resting atop the tanto sheath. Its cold outline felt through the fabric. A comforting weight at her side. I don't know what exactly you can do, Kawa, but now is not the time. You are not a Jinchuriki, but you are no longer human. How long do you intend to deceive everyone? For as long as it takes. Sakura could sense his confusion. The serpent's mouth opening to ask a question the girl knew she couldn't answer. Sasuke-kun. You're late. Startled, Sakura glanced over in time to see Ino collide with the Uchiha. Almost bowling them both over with momentum alone. High-pitched giggles filling the room as her blushing face met his gaze. I thought I'd see you here, and I was waiting for so long. Behind Ino's back, Sakura and Naruto made gagging motions. Sasuke glaring at the two as he struggled to escape her hold. What's up with this? Shikamaru asked. Stopping close by with Koji at his side. Everything about his tired, slouched posture indicated the Nara would rather be anywhere else. Scratching at his chin, Shikamaru grimaced. Hitai tied around his upper bicep flashing in the sunlight as his arm dropped. Hands shoved into his pockets as he surveyed the scene. It had always fascinated Sakura, how one so lazy could have such a quick mind. The seemingly casual turns of his head allowing the genin to take in the entirety of the room unnoticed. Lingering briefly on those he considered a danger. Calculations whirling faster than even Sakura could follow. Dark eyes hiding a wealth of knowledge she would give her right arm to possess. I wonder just how many of Konoha's secrets Shikamaru has uncovered. What makes you so sure he knows any? Even before the academy, Shikamaru always treated Naruto like an equal, not an outcast. It wouldn't surprise me if his family knows more about Konoha than the rest of us combined. Yawning, Shikamaru rubbed sleep from his eyes. Just like his teammate, Koji appeared unbothered by the sheer amount of competition. The room of powerful genin evidently less interesting than potato chips. Crumbs falling to the floor like grains of sand as he devoured the packet. Are you guys going to take this bothersome exam too? Shikamaru asked. Crossing his arms, Naruto tried his best to look threatening. Oh look, it's the idiot trio, he said bluntly. Don't be mean, Naruto, Sakura said, elbowing him in the gut. The blonde let out a wheezing gasp as he doubled over, struggling to draw breath. Serves him right. What is it with these two and purposely starting fights? Save it for enemy villages at least. Quit calling us that. Shikamaru snapped. Reluctantly, Sakura had to agree Team 10's current appearance was not exactly intimidating. Koji focused solely upon the bag of chips, the pouches at his sides crammed with more unopened packets. Making Sakura wonder where he had space to fit weapons. Surely he packed some? Ino was wrapped like some blonde scarf around Sasuke's neck. Giggling into his ear, her doting expression enough to make Sakura recoil. Had she really acted like that? The pink-haired girl felt nothing but disgust at the thought. Especially since, as a passive observer, she could tell just how much Sasuke hated it. And just how stupid it made Ino look. She was about to take the hardest exam of her life, one that had killed many shinobi in the past, and all she could think about was romance. Shikamaru yawned, his eyes half-lidded. Reminding Sakura of a house cat in the sun, free of all fears and worries as it fell asleep in a patch of sunlight. Hand clenching into a fist, she resisted the urge to sick the lightning wolf on him. How the fuck could anyone be so relaxed? If she didn't know better, Sakura would have guessed he was high. Yahoo, we found you. Sakura glanced over to watch Kiba, Hinata, and Shino approach. Immensely relieved at the sight of fellow Konoha genin. And a powerful team at that. Let's go teammate. Sakura thought. Grinning widely as she lifted a hand in greeting. My, everybody's here, Kiba remarked. Akamaru, his small nine dog, lying sleepily atop his head. The puppy's tail began to wag as he took in the newcomers. Sakura felt her heart melt slightly. That nine dog making it a serious struggle to maintain her rigid, shinobi-like exterior. She hadn't seen Akamaru in months, and he, somehow, had only gotten cuter. Pristine white coat and large, floppy ears framing an adorably innocent face. Kiba had grown an inch or two. Vivid red stripes, curving down his cheeks like canine fangs, contrasting with sun-kissed skin. Messy brown hair sticking up in tufts between Akamaru's paws. In a lot of ways, Kiba reminded Sakura of Naruto. The same brash, loud personality mixed with a general disregard for social cues. Unlike Naruto, Kiba at least respected the higher authorities, and Sakura found herself wondering why she had never bothered to talk to him. Likely the reason I never really talked to anyone besides Ino, I was just shy. And distracted by Sasuke. Hinata and Shino stood on either side of Kiba. The former, gazing at Naruto with undisguised longing. A small, quiet girl, she had yet developed any semblance of confidence. Hello, Hinata said. Blush spreading across her cheeks as Team 7 turned to her. Sakura offered a reassuring smile. Nice to see you here, Hinata. The Hyuga nodded. Pearl sent eyes focusing anywhere but Naruto, Sakura's teammate scratching his head in blatant confusion as she refused, once again, to meet his gaze. To everyone but Naruto it was clear as day that Hyuga Hinata, princess of the famed Hyuga clan, saw him as something more than a friend. Naruto can be such a blockhead. You guys too? Man, this is going to be such a pain. Shikamaru muttered. Glaring out at the room as though everyone in it had personally offended him. All the rookie genin are present. Shino stated. Inscrutable as always. The high, arching collar of his trench coat obscured the majority of his face. Obsidian black glasses completely hid whatever emotions his eyes conveyed. Sakura would have better luck reading a brick wall. I wonder how far your team can go, Sasuke, Kiba said. Humph, the Uchiha snorted. You sound mighty confident. We've trained a great deal, Kiba squared his shoulders. Head raising proudly as Shino and Hinata stood beside him. Sakura had to admit, they did look strong. So much more like a unit than her own team. Sasuke trying to shake off Ino, who clung to him like some bizarre barnacle whilst Naruto looked ready to fight the entire room single-handedly. And he's just hot-headed enough to do it. Sakura's arms crossed. As if we would lose to you, she said proudly. Team 7 will kick your ass. That's right, Dadabiya. Naruto chimed in. Sasuke nodding in agreement. Kiba's smile revealed sharper than average teeth, a common trait of the Inuzuka clan. Heh, that's a lot of bravery coming from the loser team. What did you say? Sakura had to physically restrain Naruto from launching himself at Kiba. Sasuke finally shaking off Ino to join the struggle. Together, they managed to force him into a reluctant retreat. Naruto muttering under his breath as Sasuke and Sakura both glared at the rival teams. How dare he call us that? We've been training just as much, probably more. Were it not for the small, quiet voice of rationality at the back of her mind, Sakura would have joined Naruto in utterly demolishing Team 10. A muscle ticked in Sasuke's jaw, and Sakura guessed he was thinking along similar lines. Between them, she would estimate her team had one rational brain cell, one that seemed to show up less and less as they advanced as shinobi. Hey, you guys. An unfamiliar voice called across the room. Sakura glanced over, noting the distinctly unimpressive form of a young, 20-year-old man. Silver hair, a dirtier shade than Kakashi's, tied back into a ponytail. Wisps of it escaping to curve over the hitayate of the leaf, tied proudly around his forehead. I've never seen him before. The man carried no visible weapons, wearing a standard-issue shinobi outfit you could find at any store in Konoha. Be a little quieter, he admonished, coming to a stop a few meters away. Looking entirely unbothered as the collective attention of the Konoha genin, not to mention the rest of the room, fixed upon his form. The strange genin having created more of a spectacle than the rest of them combined. Sakura wondered if he noticed the irony. Beetle black eyes glittered as he surveyed them all. A shiver ran up her spine as they landed on her. There was something about this man she didn't like. A subtle feeling of wrongness clinging to him like smoke. The clearest warning before the danger of wildfire. Sakura bit her lip, struggling to justify this sudden fear. You all must be the Rookie 9, fresh out of the academy, right? He tsked. This isn't some field trip, act a little more mature. Who are you? Acting all haughty. Ino snapped. For once, Sakura found herself agreeing with the Yamanaka heir. As a fellow Konoha genin, and a much older one at that, it wasn't as though he had the high ground. The stranger's eyes narrowed. Sakura catching the smallest glimpse of something dark swimming behind his gaze. Like watching a monster peer out from the mouth of the cave. Yet even the creature inside her seemed perturbed. Kawa shifting restlessly as he too fought to understand. Why do I already hate this man? He's done nothing wrong. The same way a snake fears the eagle. Just because it has not yet tried to kill you, does not mean it won't. That's an awfully macabre metaphor. My apologies, I wasn't aware you expected sunshine and daisies. I'm Yakushi Kabuto, he said, resting an elegant hand against his chest. And you all need to take a good look around. Everyone is tense before the exam. Acting like this will only worsen your chances. Sakura's attention did not stray from Kabuto, even as the rest of the rookie genin finally seemed to notice the predicament they were in. That dozens of accomplished and much older shinobi were currently eyeing them like easy targets. I guess it can't be helped, Kabuto said, shaking his head sadly, the action mocking enough that Sakura's anger began to simmer. You all are rookies who can't tell left from right. Why don't you get a taste of my right hook and try saying that again? Condescending bastard. Kabuto smiled good-naturedly. Watching this, I'm reminded of my old self. Sakura's brow furrowed. So this is your second attempt? No, Kabuto trailed off, staring down at the polished linoleum floor. A distinctly mournful expression crossing his face. It's my seventh. Shikamaru's mouth dropped open. And you still haven't passed. The exam is only held twice a year, it's now my fourth year. So you must know a lot about how they work, Sakura said, her mind racing ahead like one of Kakashi's ninkin. Kabuto rubbed the back of his neck sheepishly, looking embarrassed as the Rookie 9 bombarded him with questions. Is the Churyunin exam that high a hurdle, or are you just weak? Suzuki asked. Sakura felt inclined to agree. Failing once or twice was standard, but 7 times? Reaching into his back pocket, Kabuto pulled out a deck of cards. Bright orange and emblazoned with the kanji for knowledge, he held them up with a proud smile. I've spent 4 years creating these information cards. Written and encoded with my chakra, only I can unlock them. Flipping a card around, Sakura noticed it was entirely blank. However, I think I can help you cute juniors out, just this once. Kabuto crouched down to lay several cards, face up, upon the tiles. Tapping a card with his finger. Without using my chakra, he continued, color bleeding like droplets of blood onto the white page as the card began to reveal itself, nothing would happen. Sakura watched in awe as a perfect map of the neighboring countries solidified. Numbers scrawled at the bottom denoting just how many applicants each country had. By far, Konoha was the largest. Sakura bit her lip as she questioned the wisdom of that statistic. Did Konoha have stronger applicants? Or simply more civilian born to risk? Was it that much of a power moved to flood the competition with Leaf Village competition, especially when many were likely to be slaughtered? The Chiryunin exams are promoted as a way to strengthen the political ties between countries, or so it is claimed, Kabuto said, reshuffling his cards as he made to draw several more from the deck. Is that untrue? Sasuke asked. The reflections of the Konoha rookies shone within Kabuto's glasses. Small, childlike faces watching the older man with open curiosity. Sakura grimaced, why did they all seem so young? The majority of her class were powerful, successful shinobi who deserved the rank of Chiryunin. Age in the shinobi world mattered little alongside skill. Even so, Sakura could not help but move closer to Naruto and Sasuke. Disliking the idea they would come to harm. Not if I can help it. The real aim, Kabuto said promptly, as though giving a history lecture, is to ensure the power levels of every country remain equal. Naruto scrunched up his face. Immediately reminding Sakura of their academy days, her friend looking just as puzzled as he had during every class, no matter the subject. Power levels? He asked cautiously. Cringing back like a scolded puppy as the words left his mouth. Already anticipating a negative reaction. In the past, all Naruto's questions had been met with laughter. The answers so clear and obvious to every other student, many thought he was simply making a joke. Sakura would never forget how his blue eyes dimmed alongside the sound. His hand, raised so excitedly into the air, slowly lowering back to the desk. Every part of him withdrawing, until he was quieter than even Hinata. Looking back on it, Naruto's poor grades made an awful kind of sense. How could an orphan boy, one who had lived alone for years, be expected to match the growth of everyone else? All those students running back to warm arms and loving homes. What did Naruto have, besides a mindset that just wouldn't quit? Sakura had watched him struggle in class after class. The meanings of basic characters slipping through his fingers like smoke. Barely learning to walk, whilst everyone else was already running. Why hadn't she taken those few steps over to his side? Offered to help, even for one afternoon? Because I was scared, terrified I'd be labeled an outcast alongside Naruto. How much would have changed, Sakura wondered, if I had chosen to be just that little bit braver. You'll never know. Why try and balance them at all? Sakura asked. Trying not to shiver as Kabuto's dark eyes fixed on her. Cold and calculating behind round, overly large glasses. It seems this guy is just effortlessly creepy. The weak nations would be invaded by the strong in no time at all. Eventually, the entire continent could fall under the control of a single nation. Shikamaru crossed his arms, so to summarize, Chiryunin exams aid in preventing a complete dictatorship, equalizing military strength and testing the skills of genin. At Kabuto's nod, the Nara sighed, how troublesome. Sakura gestured towards a small group of nin. Draped in unfamiliar attire, musical notes had been carved into their hitayate. Unlike the others, this symbol she did not recognize. And any knowledge she could glean into their strengths and weaknesses could make all the difference. Who are they? Kabuto pushed up his glasses, artificial light reflecting like sunlight off water as the lenses moved. They belong to the Otagaku, or the village hidden in sound. A newly recently established nation, not a lot of information currently exists. In fact, this whole room is filled with nothing but the most powerful genin. Some whose abilities could already be counted Chiryunin level. Sakura's face fell, though she did her best to hide any sign of disappointment. The rookie genin were at an intrinsic disadvantage. Facing a series of unknown trials against opponents who had done them before. The experience felt akin to being given wooden swords in an arena where everyone else wielded metal. Kabuto's face curved into a patronizing smile as he took in their collective fear. Sakura grinding her teeth at the expression. This man was just asking for a violent demise. This being the Chiryunin exams, perhaps you'll get the chance to make it happen. I should feel a lot more repulsed by that idea, Sakura observed, right now? All I feel is tempted. At her side, Naruto began to tremble. Eyes fixed resolutely at the ground even as his body shook with undisguised fear. Tendons outlined in stark relief by tightly clenched fists. I'm uneasy enough about these exams, but it's even harder seeing Naruto like this. Sakura walked forward to rest a hand upon his shoulder. trying to inject as much cheerful confidence as possible into her voice. "Don't be scared, Naruto, it doesn't matter if we fail." Sakura snatched her hand away as he abruptly straightened. A deep rumble building in his chest before it erupted into the loudest exclamation she had ever heard. Naruto spinning to face their unwanted audience, pointing a finger out into the crowd as though issuing a challenge. As if wearing a bright orange jumpsuit wasn't obvious enough. "Listen up," he bellowed, "my name is Naruto Uzumaki and I won't lose to any of you." The assembled crowd of shinobi glanced at each other. Expressions ranging from bewildered to outright violent. In particular, the sound genin of Otagakure regarded them with enough bloodied intent to make Sakura's stomach turn. That absolute idiot. So be prepared to arg. Naruto's voice cut off abruptly as Sakura began to choke him. Gasping and flailing, he fought to escape her hold. "In no time at all, he's made enemies of his surroundings," Shikamaru commented drily. Sakura was inclined to agree, hence, she was forced to take drastic measures. It had been a long-ish time since Naruto had driven her to violence. Shaking him back and forth, Sakura growled. "At least save the posturing till after we finish the exam. Why did I get put on a team with these two idiots? Stupid Konoha and its stupid team dynamic. You should probably let him go now, Sakura." Sasuke's voice cut through the thin gauze of irritation like a knife through silk. Sakura blinking back to the present in time to notice Naruto turning blue. "Oh yeah, oxygen," she muttered, releasing him. "Serves you right, dope," Sasuke added smugly as Naruto coughed. Sakura turned to him with a death glare. It was stupid, suicidal even, for Naruto to draw so much attention to their team so early in the exams. She had damned good reason to be angry, not just at the blonde, but Sasuke as well. And which idiot started a fight in the hallway with just the slightest provocation? Sakura snapped. Sasuke, damn him, looked entirely unrepentant, crossing his arms with a self-righteous expression. "That was a battle between shinobi." Sakura snorted. "Battle between shinobi my ass, you just wanted to show off." Sasuke was about to snap a reply, really it should be called an excuse, when a commotion at the front of the room drew his attention. The rookie genin all turning towards it. Sakura's earlier anger all but forgotten as several new, powerful-looking shinobi stepped into view. With the majority of applicants seated, Sakura had no trouble looking over their heads. Her earlier anger all but forgotten with this new development. Attention immediately fixating upon the man who was, undoubtedly, the proctor of this first trial. It was not just because of his impressive height. Tall and powerfully built, he stood head and shoulders above the rest. Black leather gloves and a long, dark trench coat adding to the imposing image. Sakura wondered if that was deliberate, or if black just hid the bloodstains better. She suspected the latter. Of course, she had noticed the scars. Several inches long and slashed jaggedly across his face, the wounds pulled at his skin. Like stitches made too tightly into fabric, it was distorted in a way that seemed intrinsically wrong. The proctor's eyes flicked over the assembled genin. The scar bisecting his bottom lip, twisting his expression into a permanent, gruesome smile. Sakura shivered. Those wounds are the result of torture. I wonder what he would say, if he saw those very same scars across my back. Silence had fallen across the room. So complete it felt akin to being underwater. The quiet pressing at her ears like ocean currents. The man's voice, as he began to speak, was effortlessly commanding. Hardly raising above normal pitch as dozens of shinobi craned to listen. "My name is Marino Ibiki, and I will be the proctor for the first stage. Follow me." He swept from the room without another word. Sakura swallowed audibly. "I guess we follow," Ino said nervously. The crowd of genin gradually thinning. Shinobi filtering through a set of unfamiliar doors even as the Konoha rookies hesitated. Sakura took a deep breath. "Yeah," she said, "I guess we do." Chapter 14, Question me all you like, I hold no answers. Of all the possible scenarios Sakura had envisioned for the Chunin exam, the idea of a written test fell to the bottom of the list. And yet, here she was. The number card denoting her seating arrangement clutched tightly in one hand as she slid into place. Sakura's heartbeat echoed in her ears as the murmurings of those around her gradually ceased. Looking around, she was reminded surreally of days at the academy. Rows upon rows of people lining the dark wooden benches. The same stressed, pinched expressions as candidates gazed down at blank paper. Unknown questions and theories scribbled upon the other side. The overwhelming temptation to peek tempered by fear of guard-in. Acting as guards, they were positioned at regular intervals around the room. Perched upon bright yellow chairs around the room. Reminding Sakura of owls situated high in trees. Large, unblinking eyes fixated on the forest floor. Simply waiting for a single mistake from those pathetic mice below. She inhaled shakily. The sound escaping in her throat in a frightened squeak. Come on, Sakura. The test hasn't even started yet. And you are already falling apart. Most impressive. Shut it. Naruto was seated just one row in front. Hands gripping his blonde hair almost hard enough to tear it out. Small groans of pain just audible. Despite the situation, Sakura had to smile. He really never changed. Is he deflating? She watched with amusement as Naruto slowly sank down in his chair. Forehead hitting the desk with a decisive thud. Is he giving up already? This is just like every academy exam. Sakura pursed her lips as she gazed at his slumped form. This is the worst exam for Naruto. I might need to help him, if I can. That particular problem seemed insurmountable. Sakura was meters away, surrounded by unfamiliar faces and watched by several supervisors. How she could sneak any answers without getting caught seemed a bigger issue than the exam itself. I got the highest written scores in my class, aside from Sasuke. Then again, it had been months since she had studied. Sakura's attention entirely consumed with researching ninjutsu and chakra theory. Anything else pushed to the corner of her mind to sit, abandoned. Forgetful cobwebs spun by neglected spiders to cover entirely those subjects she had once known so well. Fuck, it might just be me that's in trouble. A decisive cough had her head snapping up. Marino Ibiki standing before them in all his terrifying glory. Enormous trench coat draped like bat wings around his frame. Those scars, carved so violently into his face, captured Sakura's attention so completely she almost missed the fact he'd begun to speak. There are several important rules to this first test. I will take no questions, so listen well. What kind of test is this? At the start, each of you hold 10 points. The chalk danced finite lines across the blackboard as Ibiki began to write. His back to the room, broad shoulders flexing. Sakura's eyes flickered across the room. Where was Sasuke? The written test has 10 problems in all, Ibiki continued. For each question you fail to answer correctly, a point is deducted. Turning back to face the room, Ibiki gestured towards the characters on the board. Contrasting against the black surface like bleached bones in dark soil. Pass or failure is determined by the total points of your team. Well, fuck. Perhaps sensing the dismayed atmosphere of the room, Ibiki's mouth twisted into a smile. Those who are deemed by the sentinels, at this Sakura glanced towards one, who offered nothing but a smug wave. His eyes glittering with silent promise that yes, he would happily crush her shinobi dreams were she to cheat. As having committed an act of cheating or anything resembling it, will have 2 points deducted for each act. Wait. Sakura frowned. That doesn't make any sense. Why not just disqualify the cheaters for good? Everything hinges on the questions themselves, right? Somehow, inexplicably, Sakura felt as though she were missing something. Hanging just out of reach like a kite stuck in a tree. The girl reaching and reaching towards its ribbon yet just unable to grasp it. In other words, there may be those disqualified during the test itself. Sakura froze. Dread sweeping down her body like iced water. The option to cheat must be there as a temptation only. One designed to filter out clumsy shinobi. Sakura's fingers tap against her knee as thoughts and scenarios whirl around her mind like leaves in a cyclone. Even if Naruto can't answer a single question, so long as he doesn't cheat and drive his score down to the negatives, Sasuke and I should be able to cover that. Ibiki cleared his throat. Shining out through the forest of scars, intelligence glimmered like the eyes of some deadly beast. Made none the less dangerous for the old wounds. It may prove devastating to a great many of you, that a score of 0 from any candidate disqualifies the entire team. Murmurs rippled around the room. Sakura shutting her eyes in an effort to block out reality. Letting her forehead hit the desk with a thud, half tempted to knock herself unconscious to avoid what would likely be hell personified. The possibility of her team graduating to Chunin practically depended upon Naruto's academic ability. Sakura sighed. Without a doubt that's the darkest thought I've ever had. I would second that notion. The time for the test is 1 hour. The final 15 minutes will be spent on the 10th question alone, Ibiki announced. Raising her head, Sakura's gaze landed on the clock. Both hands ticking slowly forward. A small, inescapable mechanism none could escape from. Hapless, Sakura could only watch as time trickled away like sand in an hourglass. Leaving her digging, clawing towards the surface. Grains of pressure flooding her throat, lungs. Blocking her airway while her heart beat desperately against its cage of bone. Sakura felt her throat close up as panic threatened to overwhelm her. What if she couldn't do this? Calm down. Kawa hissed. Forcing a deep, albeit shaky breath, Sakura picked up her pencil. Sweat slicked between her grasp as the clock hands aligned. Ibiki clapped his hands together, booming voice carrying easily over the silent room. Begin. Sakura closed her eyes for a single moment, fighting to regain control as she flipped over the page. Everyone in this room was only genin. How bad could this test possibly be? As it turned out, pretty fucking awful. Glaring daggers at the Chunin proctor, Sakura had never wanted an explosion tag more in her life. If only to throw at Ibiki's head. This whole test was sadistic. This man is worse than Anko. Not even in my nightmares did I consider that possible. Sakura had expected a lot of things when the page came into focus. Genin-level math problems. History questions on the surrounding nations. Desperately, she had prayed IIT would be multiple choice. Something even Naruto couldn't screw up entirely. Thus, the last thing Sakura anticipated seeing was a complex parabola question. Rubbing at her eyes, she looked again. The question remained unchanged. This is an integrated problem requiring an analysis of dynamic energy application. Not to mention complex equations I can only just recall. There is no way Naruto can solve this. Every genin whose face she could see, wore the exact same expression of panic. Likely unable to even understand the question. A quick scan of the page showed no improvement. Sakura bit the edge of her lip. Brow creasing in thought. They only seem to increase in difficulty. This is bad. If I don't get a considerable number of points, my team could easily be one of those disqualified. Her face set into a look of intense concentration, Sakura returned to top of the page. Intent on solving the opening question. I know this. I remember studying it. So why did the answers hover just out of reach? An itch at the back of her mind she couldn't quite scratch. Sakura reaching desperately towards them only for all her knowledge to slip like water through her fingers. Her confidence quickly dissipating. Well, shit. Sakura thought with increasing panic. Phrases she had picked up from living in the red light district running through her mind. I'm not sure I can even solve these. Back in the academy, Sakura had been known as the smartest kunoichi. Her written scores a polar opposite to dismal taijutsu. With ninjutsu ranking average at best, not even Sakura's budding talent for chakra control could make her jutsu stand out. Civilian blood a poison that caused it to shrivel. Wilting into a state of near death as, instead of honing her combative talents, Sakura concentrated on the only thing she appeared good at, academics. Looking back on it, I was practically training to become a paper ninja. Gritting her teeth, Sakura tried to remember. Straining hard enough her head began to hurt. It had been so long since she had studied any of this. Calm down, move on to the next question. Not all of them can be so difficult. Trailing a finger down the page, Sakura felt more and more concerned. Did question 4 seriously ask her to describe Senju Tobirama's theory of relativity? Chakra began to build in her extremities, itching to break free and set everything alight. Ibiki's reputation as the expert of torture is well deserved. What kind of genin could pass this test? Naruto was holding his head in his hands, oblivious to Hinata's concerned glances. Sasuke, tucked into the far left corner, looked as though his house had burnt down. Pencil hovering uselessly above the page, unable to write a single answer. Sakura, returning her attention to her own blank page, was in a similar position, made worse by the fact that she remembered studying these subjects. But it had been months, and with everything that had happened, the last thing on Sakura's mind had been subjects as obscure as parabolas. She just had to pray that what little she remembered would be enough. It's like a trick, assuming that we're going to cheat, Sasuke thought, gaze shifting inconspicuously towards one of the Chiryunin. The man seated at the corner of the room seemingly absorbed in his clipboard, his pencil making faint scratching sounds as it added tallies. They probably keep track of who cheats, the Uchiha noted, expelling a faint breath as he fought to understand. Cheating deducts 2 points, ordinarily it'd be a failure the moment you were discovered. Sasuke's brow furrowed, frustration carving subtle lines into his face. Nothing about this test made sense. Unanswerable questions didn't just encourage cheating, the test almost demanded it. The pencil clattered from his hand as realization struck, eyes widening as he fights to keep calm. The real aim of this exam is to see how we collect information as quickly and discreetly as possible. Concealment and deception. Vital requirements of shinobi. Retrieving the writing implement, Sasuke poised it above the page, acting as though he had found the answer to a question, rather than the reason behind the exam itself. Awkward cheating will label us unqualified. Like exemplary shinobi, the goal is not to be seen. The leniency of only deducting 2 points per discovery made a lot more sense. In order to pass, Sasuke would have to cheat in a way that was undetectable, even for accomplished Chiryunin. In other words, we need to securely gather information without alerting the Chiryunin guards or the target. Gaze flicking down the line of candidates, Sasuke paused on Naruto's back. The red symbol of the Uzumaki clan, a drop of blood in a forest of greens and browns. Easy enough to find. Sasuke was certain that Sakura would figure it out. The dobe, however. Don't lose your cool, Naruto, the Uchiha prayed, watching the dobe's quivering form, the frayed rope of his composure threatening to snap at any minute. One that could send them all plummeting into a chasm with no end. Chakra began to coalesce behind Sasuke's eyes, preparing to activate the Sharingan. If, to pass this test, cheating is required, then it stands to reason someone with all the answers is hidden among the candidates, allowing locks of hair to fall in front of his face, the makeshift curtain hiding his Kekkai Genkai from view. Realize it soon, Sakura, Naruto. The purpose of this test. That's 5 mistakes, you fail. Sakura watched, mute, as the screaming genin was dragged from the exam room. His teammates followed silently. The sound of his protesting echoed in the outside corridor, echoes bouncing like ping-pong balls of the enclosed space until it gradually faded away. 23 fails, Marino Ibiki announced. No emotion whatsoever in his tone as he added another tally mark to the board. More than likely, that was another intimidation tactic. Just like the impossible questions and the many eyes of watching guards. Creating an environment that required cheating under the most stressful conditions. One where a single mistake could forever alter your future. Just like real missions, the replication is likely intentional. I don't care how well he's setting us up for Chiryunin responsibilities. That man, Sakura glared at Ibiki, is a sadist. From her position in one of the middle rows, it was far easier to detect signs of cheating than the guards along the outside of the room. From the complete lack of hesitation in Sasuke's movements, it was obvious he was using the Sharingan. Perched atop Kiba's head, Akamaru's soft barks relayed all the answers, his Inuzuka partner whispering words of encouragement even as the puppy worked. Almost 20 minutes had passed, and she'd barely answered 4 of the 10 questions. And yet, for Sakura at least, cheating did not seem a viable option. Especially so late into the exam. How difficult would question 10 be? I'm screwed. I'm so very. What was that? Sakura flinched as a prickling pain began. Itching unpleasantly at the back of her mind, the sensation foreign enough that she was on high alert. Knowing, instinctively, this was some form of jutsu. More than likely it's Ino's mind transfer. It took everything she had not to glance over her shoulder. Sakura almost positive the Yamanaka was seated behind. To make any sudden movements would only draw attention, forcing Ino to strengthen her attack. Do not worry, Kawa assured. Such a pitiful attempt will have no effect on us. How can you be so sure? An amused hiss. Just watch. Moving the pencil aimlessly across the page, Sakura's shoulders tensed. Her body reacting to an enemy it could not see. The prickling sensation increased, as though Ino were pouring more chakra into the jutsu. Doubtless she would be confused. The mind transfer jutsu, even this milder, stealthier form of it, was supposed to be instant. Replacing the victim's consciousness with that of the attacker. Allowing Ino to look through Sakura's eyes and copy her answers pitiful as they were. She couldn't help but smile, Ino's attempts to invade her mind as effective as striking a stone wall with bare fists. Her stamina gradually weakening until it was nothing but the faintest itch. The pink-haired girl in her soul had barely lifted a finger, well, a metaphorical one in Kawa's case, the strength of their combined souls an ocean of power Ino could only drown in. Sakura allowed herself a victory grin as the foreign presence faded. Ignoring the suspicious glowers of the Chiryunin guards. I wonder who you'll choose next, Ino. Sorry it can't be me. Rose in front of her, Naruto had been working steadily for the past 10 minutes. Sakura had no idea how he was managing to cheat, which could only be a good sign. This entire exam is so fucked. What if a candidate is in a position like me? No special jutsu and no advantageous position. Unlike Koiji, who I can clearly see copying his neighbor's work, none of mine know the answers. This situation could easily apply to real-world missions. As shinobi, weighing the risks and benefits of every action was not just encouraged, it was vital. Do the risks outweigh the benefits? What do you think, human? If she were caught cheating, Sakura's hard-earned points would vanish with just 2 mistakes. Expelling not only herself from the Chiryunin exam, but the boys as well. If she didn't cheat, and instead continued to work on completing it honestly, Team 7's score would likely be low. Across the room, Ibiki's ruined face wore the faintest look of satisfaction. No doubt enjoying the torment felt by every genin as the minutes ticked by. Sakura's emerald eyes flicked from the proctor, to the guards and back again. It's almost as though a third option exists. The formless blob beneath her pencil tip began to take shape. Contrast in tone bringing coherency to scribbled down chaos. If I were a Chiryunin, and the mission required us to retrieve information, yet success would come at the cost of my team, what would be the correct answer? That was, Sakura very quickly realized, an impossible question. The mission should come before anything else, yet Sakura knew, if it came down to it, she would always choose her teammates. That's the kind of shinobi I am, and if being a Chiryunin means sacrificing lives, I want no part in it. I'd rather leave every question blank. The very beginnings of an idea began to take shape in her mind. Like the faintest glow of a flame in ignorant dark. Perhaps there was more to this test she still had not considered. It's designed to torture us, psychologically at least. To replicate the pressure higher-ranking ninja face. Not everyone is in a position to cheat, and to eliminate those who choose to play it safe makes little sense. An overconfident shinobi is a dead shinobi. Sakura pursed her lips, irritated as the answer what she knew was the answer, lay just out of reach. And finally, it came to her. It's possible to pass this exam without cheating. I would wager my left arm even a blank sheet would be acceptable. This test values resolve just as much as skill. Filtering out those who crack under pressure and passing those who stay. For the next 10 minutes, Sakura remained deep in thought. Turning the theory over in her mind like a Rubik's Cube. Examining it from every possible angle and combination. And the conclusion she reached, the only one that aligned every square perfectly, was that there were 2 possible ways to pass. A satisfied smile played across her face as Sakura regarded Ibiki. I figured out your test, Mr. Torture Expert. Both Sasuke and Naruto appeared to be coping. The former, already finished, leaning back with his arms behind his head. The latter, aside from the occasional nervous glance, had barely raised his head. Cracking her knuckles, Sakura picked up the pencil, intent on giving a little payback. I would give anything to see your expression, Ibiki, once you realize a 12-year-old girl managed to see through your ploy. Don't be too overconfident, there is still the final question. Sakura watched the clock hands as they tracked idly across the round surface. The atmosphere of the room tensing with every second lost. Sakura knew everyone was waiting as intently as she was. It came as no surprise, therefore, that when Ibiki called pencils down, the reaction was instant. Before I allow the 10th question to commence, some new rules must be introduced. How wonderfully ominous. Indeed. A twisted smile played at the corner of Ibiki's mouth as he surveyed the room. A wolf surveying a herd of frightened deer. Many genin looked dangerously close to fainting. First, you must choose whether or not you wish to take this final question. And if we choose to avoid it, came Tamari's voice. As though discussing the weather, Ibiki merely shrugged. If you choose not to take the rest of the exam, then your score will be 0. Amid horrified exclamations, Ibiki pressed on. At that point, your entire team fails. Why give us such a stupid ultimatum? Obviously everyone will continue. However, candidates unable to answer correctly, lose the right to advance in rank. A brief and, in Sakura's opinion, overly dramatic pause. Despair saturating the room like water through parchment. Rippling outwards until no corner was left untouched. A ban that will, regardless of origin village, be lifelong. Pandemonium erupted. Shouts of protest, dismay, and accusations of fraud flying across the room like projectiles. Already some people were halfway from their seats. Wide, scared faces reflecting the instinctive urge to run. Amidst the whirlwind of chaos, Sakura's attention remained fixated upon her teammates. Sasuke, Naruto, don't lose courage now. This whole thing is fake. Ibiki chuckled as the situation worsened. Panic and outrage climbed higher and higher as dozens of voices rose to be heard. Twining and echoing like disjointed birdsong. And, in the center of all of it, a silent pink-haired girl. Those of you who leave now will be allowed to compete in next year's exam. Those who pass the test advance to the next stage. Fail, and you remain genin forever. Sakura just barely avoided rolling her eyes. How could anyone fall for such an obvious ploy? Crossing her arms behind her head, Sakura grinned up at the ceiling. Entirely confident in the knowledge that the problem Ibiki had just given the room was the 10th question. To hold your nerve or to run. Risk it all or betray your teammates. In all honesty, it's pretty simple. Both Naruto and Sasuke were knuckleheads. And, in this particular instance, that trait was a blessing. Neither of them would dream of giving up now. Those who will not be taking the exam, raise your hands. At first no one moved. Genin frozen in place like living statues. Quivering limbs locked in internal debate. In front of her, a brown-haired ninja shifted. His left arm twitched before moving reluctantly upwards. Pulled by invisible puppet strings, it jerked and shifted as the genin fought with himself. Only after his hand was raised, did the avalanche begin. Like dominoes, candidates fell one by one. Ashamed faces cast downwards amidst furious yells from teammates. The number of empty seats increasing alarmingly fast. Psychological torture, who knew? 10 minutes passed before the room quieted. The remaining genin, just under half, waiting with determined expressions. Ibiki sauntered forward. Bootsteps resounded imposingly against the wood. Each step slow and deliberate as Ibiki sauntered forwards. For those of you who are still here, the first exam is over. You all pass. Sakura allowed a victory smirk even as genin burst into confused questioning. It was all a ruse. I fucking knew it. What? Tamari yelled, hand slamming her hands down on the desk as she leapt upright. Ivy-colored eyes bright with anger. All of a sudden we pass. You haven't even seen our answers. To Sakura's surprise, Ibiki laughed, the sound warmer than expected. The 9 questions tested your ability to gather information whilst avoiding detection. These questions were not ones genin could reasonably answer, Thus everyone would reach the conclusion of, if I want to pass, I'll have to cheat. Ha! That was so obvious. Any idiot would figure it out. Naruto boldly announced. Sakura resisted the urge to sigh. Why does he have to draw so much attention? Your teammate wears an orange jumpsuit. Clearly, subtlety is not his forte. Although the 9 questions were important, it was the 10th that was vital. Hands in the pockets of his trench coat, Ibiki surveyed the room. Cutting a large, imposing figure even against the backdrop of a classroom. Envision, for a moment, your mission is to steal a classified document. The intel on the enemy is patchy at best and you may well be outnumbered. Ability, armaments, and the potential for hidden traps are all unknown. As the Chiryunin leader of the squad, it falls to you to make the decision. Save your lives and flee the mission, or rush into danger. Ibiki held up a leather-clad finger. Sakura was reminded of the jet-black beetles that scuttled across the forest floor as she watched the light play over his gloves. Scattering and reforming, the man gesturing as he spoke. Can you avoid dangerous missions? The simple answer is no. The word lingered in the air as Ibiki coughed. There are going to be missions you cannot avoid, no matter how risky or dangerous they may be. His eyes settled on Naruto and Sakura watched the blonde flinch. Practically falling atop his exam in an effort to hide it. Just what kind of bullshit did he write? Could it be he didn't figure out cheating was allowed? No. Even for someone as socially oblivious as Naruto, that was a tall order, right? Sakura exhaled a breath, watching the corner of her exam lift off the desk. Fluttering and waving in the breeze like the wing of a dove. Missions will not always go according to plan. A sudden increase of enemies, violent weather, or any number of things could go wrong. Often, shinobi don't have the luxury of retreat. As a Chiryunin, showing courage and resolve where others falter is not just admired, but necessary. Nodding at each of the genin in turn, Ibiki's hands clapped together. That concludes the first stage. In regards to the next, the kunoichi waiting outside will explain. Well, Shikamaru drawled. That was easy. Ino slapped him a moment later. The late rays of sunset lit the classroom in soft fire. Backs of chairs illuminated in red and gold. Tiger stripes of orange crisscrossing the oak desks. Marino Ibiki was alone, successful candidates having left to prepare for the second part. Exam papers abandoned for the proctor to collect. Suzuki Uchiha, every question answered correctly. No doubt he used the Sharingan. The majority of the genin gave him little pause. Nothing more than obscure names attached to faces. Lingering on those from Konoha, Ibiki noted with satisfaction all 9 of the rookies had passed. Yamanaka Ino, Nara Shikamaru, Kiba Inuzuka, Uzumaki Naru. What is this? Retrieving this latest page from the empty desk, Ibiki stiffened as his eyes flicked over its contents. The hand holding his collected stack clenched into a fist. Paper crumpling like dry leaves. I didn't think anyone would pass without answering a single question. This caricature does not count. Within one of the empty boxes, a surprisingly accurate picture of Ibiki's face had been drawn. His own scarred, beaten face glowered accusingly. Rendered with such skillful shading it almost seemed photographic. Beneath the portrait, a small message had been written. Scrawled in the Uzumaki kid's messy, childish handwriting. Dear Proctor-san. I'm sorry but I didn't understand your weird questions. But that doesn't matter, I'm going to become a Chiryunin anyway. Believe it. Ibiki chuckled to himself. Either this kid was incredibly daring, or astoundingly stupid. My gut indicates a healthy degree of both. Well, I would expect no less from Minato's son. Whose is this? Stopping, for the second time in as many minutes, Ibiki grabbed the offending exam. Feeling more shocked than he had in a very long time. A truly awful drawing of his face was scribbled onto the surface. Placed in one of the later boxes is, so this candidate knew enough to even answer a few. Commendable. What was truly impressive, however, lay in the simple note they had written. One that managed to set the blood boiling in his veins. This test is all about courage, right Proctor-san? Even talented cowards would die quickly as shinobi. There's no point exerting myself to cheat then, considering even a blank sheet will pass. Next time make it less obvious. It's boring just sitting here. Ibiki felt the veins begin to pulse on his forehead. That word like rusty nail hammered into his brain. Red-hot fury spreading throughout his body. How dare this student? In his history of proctoring the first stage, not one person had ever uncovered the true meaning of a test. Ibiki ground his teeth. Boring. How dare? His eyes flicked to the top of the page. Noting the name written with delicate, feminine characters. Harino Sakura, I'd like a word with your sensei. Of course it's the Forest of Death. Sasuke muttered as Team 7 walked the streets of Konoha. Afternoon summer sun setting, waves of heat shimmering above the pavement. The drone of cicadas heard above the chatter of civilians as they headed towards the central district. Sweat shone on Sakura's brow before she hastily wiped it away. Team 7 joining the rest to leave the exam building. Anko, the proctor for the second test, when Sakura realized she just about fainted, had been outside the academy. Cheerfully informing the crowd of genin, tomorrow morning will be a fun excursion into Konoha's infamous Forest of Death. If rivals don't kill you, some creature definitely will. Sasuke exhaled a breath. Remind me again why we're getting ice cream instead of training. Sakura shrugged. She herself didn't have a better answer other than that Naruto was paying. Free food was free food. Naruto shot them a foxy grin. We passed that old man's exam, Team 7 should celebrate Databia. And besides, Sakura added, brushing dirt from her sleeve, we can use this time to strategize. I have trained with Anko after all, I know how her brain works. Sasuke's eyes widened. Anko was your teacher? I don't recall that happening. Keeping her attention fixated straight ahead, Sakura did her best to appear nonchalant. It was when you, Naruto and Kakashi-sensei were on a mission. Picking up her pace, Sakura glanced back at them. If you two don't hurry, there won't be time for planning. And maybe we really will be eaten by freaky forest creatures. Naruto swallowed audibly, face paling slightly. Hurry up, Sasuke. Let's get there quickly. The Uchiha glowered, Dub, I'm ordering a double scoop. Ice cream is expensive, team. That's your fault for offering, Sasuke retorted. I'll bet you couldn't answer a single question. Naruto looked embarrassed enough that Sakura had to intervene. I barely answered anything either, Sasuke. Sasuke waited until they had passed some of the busier stores. Even in late afternoon, the central districts teemed with activity. The chatter of haggling vendors and customers fading from view as the genin continued. When he did respond, it sounded notably surprised. You've always been the best at that kind of stuff, Sakura. The pink-haired girl snorted. Best at what? Being a paper ninja? While there's nothing wrong with such a career path, it's not my dream. Sakura's jaw clenched at the doubt in Sasuke's eyes. Stupid Uchiha, I'll show you. A hint of sharp canines pricked her bottom lip and the girl flinched. That keeps happening more and more. Kawa, what's wrong with your chakra? Nothing. The snake sounded miffed. Your chakra network is adapting to Baijuyo chakra with every day that passes, of course that has a reaction. If I grow scales, I'm going to scream. I assure you, mortal, that is a baseless concern. To her immense relief, the fangs retracted, leaving no trace of the secret she desperately concealed. Sakura knew she couldn't lie to her teammates forever, but now was not the time. Shinobi like to hide obvious facts behind the most obscure shit. Flicking her short hair, Sakura grinned. I realized the true purpose of the exam 20 minutes in. And unlike you, Mr. Poker, I didn't have to cheat. Naruto laughed as Sasuke began spluttering excuses. You're the idiot this time, team. I didn't even answer a single question. That perked Sakura's interest. But I saw you working. Scratching at his cheek, Naruto's face adopted a sheepish grin. I just wanted to look busy, so I was drawing the scar guy. It was Sakura's turn to laugh. You spent the entire exam drawing Ibiki? Emerald eyes alight with mischief, Sakura leaned towards the boys. I also drew Ibiki. And right now I'd pay a lot of money to witness his reaction. A smile tugged at Sasuke's face. One member of Team 7 answered every question, and the others passed with nothing more than ugly drawings. Maybe it was just Sakura, but ice cream that afternoon had never tasted sweeter. The next day, as the Chunin candidates gathered before the Forest of Death, the Jounin instructors watched their arrival upon a series of monitors. Kakashi, seated between Asuma and Kureniya, considered his team's chances. Naruto's signature golden hair easily spotted amidst the throng of genin. Leaning back against the couch, Asuma exhaled, cigarette smoke curling towards the ceiling. This year's looking especially tough. I worry for Koiji, he hasn't been training as hard as necessary. Kurene tittered, my team will breeze through this, every one of them has grown immensely. Red eyes turned toward Kakashi, what about Team 7? Rubbing his neck, Kakashi squinted at the footage, his student gathered in a tight-knit unit away from the crowd, seemingly absorbed in intense conversation. Such a sight did little to quell his nerves. Ma, I'm sure Team 7 is at least. He broke off as the door burst open, hitting the wall with a sizable bang as Marino Ibiki strode through. Looking angrier than Kakashi had ever seen, jaw clenched so tightly he feared it would snap. Ibiki growled, pointing a trembling finger at Kakashi. What the fuck have you been teaching those brats? Everyone in the room raised a brow, several looking as though the Rhine festival had come early. Hands raised placatingly, Kakashi did his best to appear innocent. Which he was. Probably. I'm afraid I don't have the answer you're looking for, he replied indifferently. Ibiki leered. Oh, he shoved the documents into Kakashi's face. The Jounin accepted them more from reflex than anything else. Is that so? Take a look at their written exams and tell me that again. Humming non-committally, Kakashi studied the first page, every answer was correct. Sasuke's name in the top corner rendered such a discovery unsurprising. Naruto's, however, made him pause. He didn't answer a single question, Kurene commented, sounding far too amused as she studied the sheet. On Kakashi's left, Asuma let out a bark of laughter. But damn, the Uzumaki kid can draw. It looks just like you, Ibiki. The Takubutsu Jounin offered a withering glare. This final one is most interesting. Kakashi, why don't you take a look? A few months prior, Kakashi would not have hesitated. Yet Sakura had changed enough that he paused, unwilling to see what horror she had written. Somehow, it defied even his expectation. Is that supposed to be you? Asuma roared with laughter. Cigarette forgotten as he examined Sakura's work. That is the most horrific drawing I've ever seen. You look like guy on steroids. Take a look at the writing, Ibiki all but snarled. Skimming over the characters, Kakashi made a conscious effort to appear unamused. No wonder the TNI expert was pissed. Not only had a 12-year-old girl figured out his exam, she'd had the nerve to call it boring. Kakashi shrugged. I do apologize, Ibiki. But maybe next time you should take my student's advice. The next half hour was filled with so much chaos, Kakashi missed the start of the exam. Ma, such a shame. Chapter 15, Two Paths Diverge in a Silent Wood. Did someone just scream? Naruto asked. Eyes wide and fearful as he searched the treetops. Sakura's hand tightened against the handle of her kunao. Team 7 had instinctively assumed defensive positions. Gathered back to back, they scanned the area, alert for any signs of danger. From the moment they entered the forest, it seemed to Sakura another world. Enormous trees the size of houses towered above them. Like ancient pillars supporting a long-forgotten temple, the canopy vast enough to block the very sky. What little light managed to filter past the foliage was stunted and green. The forest rife with shadows as Team 7 advanced. Although most faded as Sakura's eyes adjusted, some did not. And it was those she focused upon, at least until the scream. It lasted only a second. Long enough to convey human panic before the genin fell silent a moment later. It's very possible they're already dead. Your optimism knows no bounds. Brushing aside a curtain of lichen, Sakura paused as they reached a clearing. Emerald eyes closed for better concentration, her mouth opened slightly as she inhaled. Foreign genin, I'm looking for foreign genin. Prior to the test, Team 7 had agreed to avoid the rest of the Konoha 9, reasoning that, the less enemy shinobi knew of their abilities, the better. Of course, that went both ways, but Sakura was confident it was worth the risk. Probably. At first, the smell of decay was overwhelming. A sickly sweet odor that permeated the air, thick enough to leave her choking. Life and death entwined in endless dance. Creatures racing through the undergrowth. One seeking to outrun death, whilst the other chased life. Leaves fell from the branches above to carpet the ground below, gradually vanishing back into the earth as their forms disintegrated. Nature claiming back what was given. After a few moments, Sakura could breathe again, pushing past the obvious to search for the obscure. I'm looking for unfamiliar genin, I'm looking for... Oi Sakura-chan. Hurry up. Just like that, her concentration snapped. Releasing a sigh, Sakura's eyes opened to glare at Naruto. Give me a moment, she hissed. The retort venomous enough that he shrunk back. Naruto's hands raised in a placating gesture even as he began to sidle away. Sure Sakura-chan. I really gotta pee anyway. As the blonde vanished into the bushes, his teammates shared an exasperated look. Sasuke busied himself with examining a nearby tree. Fingers trailing over the wood as his brow furrowed in thought. From Sakura's angle, she could just make out a set of large claw marks. I hope whatever made those is long gone. In a place titled, Forest of Death, unlikely. Flicking a spider off her sleeve, the girl smirked. Are you not the optimistic one? The snake chose not to reply, but then, Sakura hadn't expected him to. Kawa's presence had been growing fainter as of late. Almost as though, what he had warned all those weeks ago, was finally coming to pass. Sakura's nails dug crescents into her palms as she fought to maintain composure. Control a thin ledge of rock she desperately clung to. Emotions battering like a raging ocean, one that threatened to drag her under. The realization that Kawa would soon vanish, the one companion who was always there, hurt more than the girl could describe. Sakura, focus. His voice was fainter than usual, yet it succeeded in jolting her back to the present. An unfamiliar scent touched her nose. The faintest trace of danger enough to raise goosebumps across her skin. Someone's coming. No doubt backup isn't far behind. Sakura skidded to a stop in the middle of the clearing. Skidding to a stop in the middle of the clearing, Sakura's desperate gaze searched the trees, looking for any sign of an enemy. Aside from Sasuke, who looked suitably confused, they were alone. Is Naruto still not back? Sakura asked, fighting to keep panic from her voice. She strode towards the place Naruto had exited. It would do no good to appear flustered. The calmer she appeared, the more an enemy may hesitate, allowing precious time to formulate a plan. No, Sasuke shook his head. Clearly, Dope has bladder issues. The girl wrinkled her nose. If Team 7 loses this exam for such a ridiculous reason, I'm going to kill something. Sasuke offered a non-committal grunt she took for agreement. After so long being teammates, Sakura was fluent in Uchiha. Bushes rustled to her left and Sakura tensed. Kakashi's tanto halfway from its scabbard before she recognized Naruto. "Whew, that was a lot. I feel refreshed," he announced boldly. Though her eyes told her this was Naruto, Sakura couldn't relax. Unable to pinpoint what was so inherently wrong about the boy across from her. It wasn't until the wind changed. A slight breeze ruffling her short pink hair as it flew past, bringing the scent of a foreign genin. Insurmountably stronger than before, which made no sense, as noon had appeared except. Naruto's eyes barely had time to widen before Sakura's fist connected with his nose. The force of the punch enough to send him flying backward into a tree. Colliding with the trunk hard enough to break bones, Sakura watched him slide to the ground. Not wasting a moment, the girl catapulted forwards. Calloused hand wrapping around a warm, pliant throat, she threw herself atop the enemy nin. As if I'd fall for such a pathetic disguise, Sakura spat, tightening her hold on fake Naruto as he began to struggle. To her dismay, the imposter simply laughed. A dry, hacking sound that accompanied a grisly smile. Naruto's eyes lit in a strange way as his expression twisted. In horror, Sakura's grip momentarily loosened, all the opening he needed. Wrenching himself to the side, the imposter's foot connected with her chest. Using the girl as a springboard, he vaulted backward. The momentum slamming her against the earth. Coughing and wheezing, Sakura pulled herself into a sitting position. The enemy Nin, free of his transformation, stood warily a safe distance away. Rubbing at her chest, Sakura took a moment to appraise him. Messy brown hair kept from his face by the Hittite of Omegakur, the village hidden in rain. A mask attached to his face, various tubes protruding from its surface like pipe work. I'll bet it allows him to breathe underwater. Sakura reasoned. Pushing a fist into the earth, she rose on shaky legs. The sharp pain of earlier now reduced to a dull ache. I'll get you for that, bastard. Sakura snapped. Refusing to feel intimidated as his attention landed on her. Foreign clothes and mask only reinforcing the hostile atmosphere as they circled each other. Which one of you has the scroll? The genin snapped, putting on a burst of speed as he leapt towards Sakura. Their blades met in a clash of steel. Sakura gritted her teeth, refusing to retreat even an inch. The rain genin swore. Muscles of his arms trembling as he matched her strength. Both of them locked into a bizarre stalemate as one fought to overpower the other. Where is Naruto? Sakura hissed. Eyes flashing with panic as her feet began to slide. Damp earth and leaves offering little traction. A single mistake enough to lose her balance. Her opponent chuckled. Unconscious, that blonde brat was pathetically easy. You bastard, she growled. I'm going to pummel you. Adjusting her grip on the Tonto, Sakura prepared to move. Intending to push past her opponent's defense and bury the blade in his gut. Sakura! Sasuke called out. Risking a split-second glance, she clearly saw him mouth the word fire. Trusting entirely in her teammate, Sakura released her stance. Letting the tension drain from her limbs. The taijutsu of the Omegakur genin far exceeded her own. Sakura just managing to dodge as a kunao. The blade whistling past her throat to embed itself into a tree. A second kunao sliced into her cheek, leaving a deep cut that made her hiss with pain. Blood dripping between her fingers as a hand pressed against the wound. Sakura fled to the safety of the trees. Panting heavily, she crouched atop the branch, peeking out from between the curtain of leaves into the clearing below. Sasuke's hands were already flying through the jutsu movements. Wasting no time now that Sakura was clear of the danger zone. Fireball jutsu. The Omegakur genin barely had time to scream before flames engulfed him. Fire streamed from Sasuke's mouth in an endless torrent, expanding outwards like the petals of a flower. It bloomed across the clearing at an impressive rate. Sakura could feel the heat from the canopy. The waves sweeping uncomfortably across her skin almost hot enough to blister. Smoke and ash choked her lungs. Sakura's breath coming in painful coughs before the jutsu finally dissipated. Now! Sakura! Gaze zeroing in on the figure that emerged, Sakura flicked a shuriken. Impressively, the Omegakur genin managed to dodge. From the non-lethal wounds scattered across his person, it was clear he had avoided the worst of the jutsu. Likely ducked behind that boulder for cover. Sakura's brow creased in irritation. Her opponent's movements had become panicked. Unable to pinpoint her location, he remained trapped. Glancing wildly in every direction, he didn't dare run, lest it betake him towards the enemy. Instead, he remained frozen in place. Webs of fearful indecision more effective than any rope. I need to end this fight before he calls back up. Her next kunao landed with pinpoint accuracy. The target letting out a muffled scream as it lodged in his thigh. Quickly, the wound began to bleed. Like ink dropped onto white fabric, the dark liquid pooled outwards. Though his mask obscured the words, Sakura was confident they were anything but polite as he yanked out the blade. Stupid of me, the genin growled. One hand pressed tightly over the wound even as crimson dripped between his fingers. Next time, I won't come alone. Glistening patches of blistered skin showing through the holes in his uniform. Blood spattering the ground in a trail that was sure to attract all manner of predators as he vanished into the trees. TCH, he escaped, Sasuke muttered as Sakura dropped down beside him. Intending to offer a reassuring smile, she winced as it tugged on the cut. Are you okay, Sakura? Nodding, she hastily wiped it clean. It's just a surface wound. Honestly, I'm more concerned about Naruto. Dope is likely unconscious somewhere nearby. The two glanced at each other, reaching a wordless agreement before they split up, each covering one half of the clearing as they searched. It didn't take long. Naruto let out a screech as Sasuke's fireball jutsu singed his hair, rolling to the side as flame lashed the ground. Scrambling to his feet, the blonde ran in frantic circles, looking like a human matchstick as smoke rose from his head. What the hell, Sasuke? You tried to kill me. Sasuke rolled his eyes as the flames dissipated. Next time don't get ambushed, idiot. Naruto growled, ash falling from his scalp. Team. The two fell back into familiar bickering, faces inches apart as they hollered insults. So this is stealthy. Why didn't you notice I was gone sooner? It's not my fault your bladder is defective. Huh. Say that to my face, team. I am, you idiot. I'm on a team of morons. Stomping forward, Sakura grabbed her teammates by the hair, oblivious to sounds of protest as she wrenched them apart. Will you both shut up? We only have a few days to find an Earth Scroll, quit wasting time. Shaking them till their necks almost snapped, Sakura released her hold, Naruto letting out a sigh of relief while Sasuke rubbed at his scalp with a grimace. We should get moving, Sakura announced. Other teams will have heard the commotion. And this place reeks of blood. It's likely to draw every predator in the forest. Naruto gulped. Well let's not waste more time, Dadabiya. Naruto proclaimed as he strode confidently in the wrong direction. She nodded, aiming to turn away into the forest before Sasuke grabbed her arm, tightening his hold as Sakura flinched. Wait a moment, dark eyes regarded her coolly. A thread of suspicion tangled into his words. How did you instantly identify the imposter? You didn't even use the password. As a safeguard against transformation jutsu, Team 7 had devised a secret phrase over yesterday's ice cream, one Sakura had completely forgotten existed. Sasuke's fingers dug painfully into her skin and she winced, heart rate increasing as the hostility in his eyes only grew. He thinks I'm an imposter. I need to rectify this, and quick. Something reasonable that Sasuke will believe. Sakura took a deep breath, intending to explain as smoothly as possible. He smelled different, Sakura blurted. Sasuke, unsurprisingly, remained doubtful. The fake Naruto smelled different, he repeated slowly. Sakura's cheeks reddened. Look, Sasuke, this is stupid. If I were another imposter, why would I go to the trouble of defending you? It would be far more strategic to have left fake Naruto alone whilst I searched for the scroll. A divided team is, after all, a dead team. Although he did not drop her arm, Sasuke's grip loosened. Nay, Sasuke, why don't you just ask Sakura-chan the password now? That way we can be certain. Naruto's suggestion was perfect enough that Sasuke paused, appraising the blonde with something close to respect. Turning back to her, his mouth pressed into a thin line. Well? Sasuke demanded. Sakura rolled her eyes. Try as he might to seem intimidating, it always reminded her of an angry kitten. Kakashi-sensei is always on time. Ha! Naruto shouted triumphantly. I told you she was real, team. Sasuke scowled, releasing Sakura's arm as he began to argue. You said no such thing. Naruto opened his mouth to retort when Sakura clasped a hand over it. We need to keep going, she said, raising her voice slightly over Naruto's muffled screams. Sakura did her best to appear commanding. Can you two please do this after the exam? Sakura's heart beat in her chest like the slow chimes of a clock as she waited for an answer. Eventually, Sasuke offered a reluctant nod. Hastily, Naruto copied the action. Dropping her hand, Sakura pointed straight ahead into the tangle of vines and branches. I think we should head deeper into the forest. Most teams will choose to follow the path, so we'll have less chance of encountering enemies on the first night. Hopefully, they'll beat each other to exhaustion and we can take on the stragglers. Both boys looked at her, mouths dropping open. What? Sakura said, glancing uncertainly between them. Naruto scratched at his cheek. Nothing, Sakura-chan. Just, that was really bloodthirsty. Almost like a dog on the hunt, Sasuke added with a smirk. I never realized you had such vicious instincts. Not to mention a keen sense of smell. Irritation pulsed, enough to set her temper alight. Nobody but Naruto smells so strongly of ramen, Sakura said hotly. Anyone with half a nose could pick that up. Hey! Naruto protested. Sakura was halfway through a retort when Sasuke coughed pointedly. Couldn't you save it till after the exam, he added smugly. You snide little. Fine, Sakura ground out, cutting the line of thought like a knife through spiderweb. Frayed edges rewoven in a safer direction as she followed her teammates. The three of them leapt into the trees, stopping long enough to search for safe locations before resuming their punishing pace. Sakura lost track of the places they'd rejected, scanning the landscape for potential pitfalls just as the academy had taught. With immense relief she watched Sasuke nod. The camp they had chosen protected on three sides by impenetrable vine. No trace of enemy genin as, exhausted, they set up camp. Grateful for the isolated location when the screams began. Whether they were fighting one another or the monsters that lurked in the forest, nobody wanted to find out. That first night, Sakura lay awake to stare at the sky. Her turn on watch had come and gone, yet sleep remained elusive. A shy creature, it ducked and wove at the edge of her mind, lingering just out of reach, even as her eyes grew heavy. Afraid to venture into her small patch of light when she so desperately wanted its comforting dark. This far from the village, the world was free of pollution. No artificial light left to stain the horizon. Above her, the night was like polished ebony, a deep, pure blackness of infinite depth. Stars as she had never known glittering across its surface. Sakura's vision relaxed, the world blurring at the edges as she drifted into half-consciousness. Tendrils of sky reaching downwards, wrapping her in comforting warmth as the trees bent and swayed above. A warm summer breeze stirring the forest, bringing the scent of crisp apples and sun-ripened grass. The outlines of leaves bled into a river of moonlight, dark branches and silver foliage melding into a mass of shades and patterns. Beside her, Naruto's deep, even breathing lapped like ocean waves, tugging her gently, insistently beneath the surface. Eventually, Sakura let herself be taken, carried away on silent currents towards a dreamless world. Where are we going today, Sakura-chan? Naruto asked around a mouthful of breakfast. Sakura glanced up from sharpening her kunao, the boys watching her expectantly. Do they expect me to have a plan? Why am I suddenly the leader? Unsure whether to feel flattered or terrified, Sakura compromised with a healthy degree of both. Biting her lip, she considered the options available. We should take a shortcut through the forest to reach the path. It's never wise to linger in unfamiliar territory, especially with so much ground to cover if we're to find an Earth Scroll. As she worked to pack away her weapons, Sakura relayed her thoughts to the boys, the blades clicking inside the weapon pouch. Sharpened to deadly precision, she had no doubt they would carve flesh as easily as butter. Well, Sakura said, twirling a senbon between her fingers as she waited for an answer. Do either of you have anything to add? Nope, Naruto announced. What a useless response, Sakura thought, irked by how cheerful he sounded. Sasuke shaking his head in a silent no, that only added to her anger. For such big-headed teammates, you'd think they'd at least have one idea between them. Pushing a hand through her hair, the girl exhaled a breath. Let's clean up here first. Remember to be extra cautious when the path is in view. It's possible other shinobi teams will be laying in ambush. With the three of them working, it took little time to erase the campsite. Team 7 removing any hint of their presence before darting into the trees. The forest passed in a blur as they ran, reaching the end of one enormous branch only to leap to the next, muscles bunching to spring off wood. The gloom of the forest slowly lessening as the sun rose, mist dissipating under what little sunlight managed to filter through the canopy. Three small shadows almost lost amidst the ancient landscape. Golden puddles of light, scattered across the earth below, flickered as they passed overhead. Outlines moving like dark koi within a secret pond. Falling into a pattern of movement, Sakura barely felt the hours pass, the burn in her muscles fading to a non-existent ache. Team 7 alert for any signs of enemies as they moved in perfect sync through the branches, dodging vines and hanging lichen as the trees grew thicker. Sakura had just opened her mouth to beg for a quick break. Why was her stamina still so shit? When a scream pierced the air, conveying nothing but human terror, it cut through the forest like invisible blades. Loud enough to make her stumble, foot slipping on thick moss to send her teetering forward. Arms windmilling as gravity dragged her downward. A hand grabbed the back of her shirt, pulling Sakura away from the drop. Breathing heavily, she let out a sigh of relief as the world straightened. Thanks. Sasuke nodded, already turning to scan the trees, struggling to pinpoint the origin of the scream as it rang on and on. Human pain and despair interjected with gasping sobs. The birds falling silent at the new chorus sweeping through the forest. Coming from every direction, Sakura and Naruto could only stand helplessly beside their teammate. When Sasuke eventually gestured, they had no choice but to follow, unable to offer a better alternative besides sprinting after Sasuke. The screams grew louder as they drew closer, the scent of blood itching at her throat. Landing soundlessly, Team 7 glanced at each other, a silent conversation passing between them. Even Naruto was quiet, his trembling body reminiscent of the wave mission. Naruto's terrified face as Zabuza raised his sword forever burned into Sakura's mind, the missing nin swinging a blade taller than her body with ease. Hesitantly, Sakura placed a hand across his back. "It'll be fine, Naruto," she whispered quietly. And the screaming stopped. In the silence that followed, the boys rushed forward. Sakura's call of, "Wait, you idiots," going unanswered. Cursing every deity that came to mind, the girl hurried after them, Kunao clenched tightly in one hand as she pushed through the undergrowth. Bursting out of the forest and into a nearby clearing, Sakura froze. Out of instinct, she retreated several paces. What the fuck? An enormous web had been strung between two oaks. Silk thicker than ropes, it swayed lightly in the breeze. The corpses of long-dead shinobi cocooned within the lattice work. Wrapped head to toe, it took a moment to identify them as human. Blood had spattered across the clearing, dripping from the leaves like crimson rain only to soak into the ground below. Dark puddles, coupled with the rising scent of iron, enough to make her gag. One hand pressed over her nose, Sakura leaned forward, heart thundering in her ears as she debated entering the clearing. Compared with the size of the web, the human victims were tiny. Nothing more than insignificant flies killed in a predator's net. Weapons of all kinds strewn across the ground like abandoned toys. Ordinarily, Sakura's thoughts would have lingered over such details. Analytical mind piecing together the clues so clearly displayed. Such as why no blade managed to take down whatever creature lurked in this part of the forest. How the noise from before was entirely non-existent. An eerie quiet that rose goosebumps across her skin. Instead, her mind went straight to her teammates. Or rather, her lack thereof. Definitely, Naruto and Sasuke had come this way. So, they must be further out. I can barely see anything from my current position. How could they rush out like that? Idiots. Sakura took a deep breath, not giving herself time to rethink as she stepped forward. The safety of the forest vanishing in favor of open ground. Sakura! Naruto's panicked shout sent her skidding to a halt, turning to see her teammates clustered around an unknown shinobi, his chest soaked in a dark patch of red. Jogging towards the group, Sakura crouched down beside the stranger. "I believe you mean corpse." I sense no heartbeat. Glassy eyes stared blankly past her. Face the same color as dry parchment, his expression frozen forever in a silent scream. An object was clasped firmly in his left hand, so covered in blood and gore it took her a moment to place it. An earth scroll. He's holding an earth scroll. Wrinkling her nose in distaste, Sakura began prying it loose, fighting back a wave of nausea as cold, dead skin brushed against her own. Blood had coagulated between the dead shinobi's palm and the underneath of the scroll. Sakura tore it away with an audible sucking noise that set her teeth on edge. "Ew ew ew," she muttered, wiping the grime onto her pants. "Well, this makes our job easier," she noted, ignoring the twinge of guilt that accompanied such crass thoughts. Sasuke nodded approvingly as he accepted the scroll, seemingly unaffected by the dead body right in front of them. Then again, if my family had been massacred, I suppose a stranger's death would hardly prove impactful. What family? You have none. Trying to ignore the stabbing hurt at Kawa's words, Sakura entirely missed the hush that swept over the clearing. Birds falling silent whilst even the trees seemed to still. An angry chittering began to fill the air. Sakura just pinpointing it as coming from above, when Sasuke abruptly yelled a warning. Move, he shouted, diving to one side as Naruto launched himself at Sakura, tackling her out of the way as something enormous landed in the space she had been. The two of them rolling over and over in a tangle of limbs before coming to a stop. Sakura's head swam as she extricated herself from Naruto, dirt and leaves sticking to her skin as she and the blonde separated. Adrenaline thrumming a fast, wild beat through her veins as Sakura's gaze landed on the enemy. Is that a giant spider? Resisting the urge to rub her eyes, she settled for a quiet kai. Sakura's chakra rippling through the air as it sought to break the genjutsu. Nothing happened. Which meant, this is real. Are you kidding me, Anko? Who sends genin into such a fucked up forest? Easily the size of an elephant, the arachnid towered above them. 8 legs each thicker than her entire body, supported a round, black abdomen the color of burnished coal. The spider's head was not something Sakura would forget. Mandibles longer than her arms clicking softly as it surveyed them. Saliva dripped from its mouth in long strings, colored red by what she instinctively guessed to be shinobi blood. No wonder everyone stopped screaming. Half a dozen eyes twitched inside its head. Awash in rainbow hues, they coruscated wildly in every direction. Inhuman gaze saturated with vibrant color. The effect was mesmerizing. Enough that Sakura had trouble looking away. That is, until it moved. Legs eating up the ground in the span of seconds. A blur of pointed limbs and clicking fangs that moved almost faster than she could see. The imprint of those eyes burning into her vision. Spiral patterns of imminent death that had her mouth opening to scream. Fireball jutsu. Sakura threw up her arms to shield from the heat. Sasuke's jutsu colliding with the spider in an inferno of black and red that sent her and Naruto stumbling back. Screeching in fury, the creature's legs flailed. Sasuke ducking beneath the writhing limbs in an effort to reach its neck. Leaping over one leg, he was too slow to dodge the second. Sasuke's face tightening in pain as it hit him directly in the stomach. The Uchiha flying backward to collide with the spider web. Silk rippling from the impact, as though a pebble had been dropped into a still lake. Sasuke's desperate struggles to free himself proving fruitless as the net gripped him tighter. Paralyzed with indecision, Sakura could only stand helplessly, glancing from her teammate to the giant spider and back again. The former fighting against the trap whilst the latter crept forward, chittering curiously as colored eyes fixated on newfound prey. Do something. She had to do something. But what? Sakura hand tightened around her kunao as she willed herself to move. To run towards the giant deadly spider instead of away. Think, find some kind of plan and then go, shadow clones. Naruto moved without hesitation. Clones popping into existence with frightening regularity as a crowd of orange-clad, golden-haired figures raced forward. The spider's head turned, mandibles clicking angrily as it shifted away from Sasuke. Multicolored eyes assessing this latest threat. Although its earlier wounds still smoked, the spider's movement appeared unaffected. Legs stabbing downwards to fell clone after clone as they swarmed around it. If Sasuke's jutsu, at such close range, barely slowed it down and Naruto's shadow clones were useless, what in the world could kill it? Maybe we just need to maim it. Enough that escape is possible. Naruto! Sakura shouted. Her legs, as through breaking free of Ice Monocles, propelling her toward him. Try using wind chakra. After weeks of practice, Naruto had mastered his change in chakra nature. Still far from perfect, his talent for wind jutsu had, nonetheless, improved drastically. The weak breeze of those early attempts nothing to the roaring wind he could now summon. One that sent the creature flying backward. Hitting the tree with an impact that shook the earth, the arachnid scrabbled at the ground, legs sliding uselessly over dead leaves. Now's my chance. Sakura's shuriken arced through the air, spinning in deadly rotations before embedding themselves into the spider's eyes. Releasing an inhuman wail, the creature stumbled around the clearing, black liquid seeping from ruined eyes as pointed legs stabbed into the earth. Hissing in fury, the creature spat out globs of foul-smelling liquid. Ducking beneath one as it whizzed overhead, Sakura glanced behind her in time to witness it collide with a tree, burning a hole straight through the trunk. Of course, why wouldn't it spit acid? Sakura! Sasuke called out desperately, drops of spider venom having missed him by inches. Caught in the web, they glimmered like dewdrops, a few merging together before beginning a slow, deadly descent towards Sasuke. Hurry up and stun it. Glancing wildly around, Sakura's mind filled with blind panic. The sound of her heartbeat, a white noise machine turned up far too loud. There's nothing to hit it with, she yelled back. Sasuke's eyes widened. His struggles against the spiderweb momentarily paused as his mouth fell open, expression morphing into one of blatant incredulity. Are you an idiot? He roared. Use a jutsu. Sakura's face darkened to scarlet even as she flew through the hand signals. Lightning wolf leaping from her palms in a flash of electricity to join a crowd of shadow clones. Together, they streaked toward the spider, clones pinning its legs to the ground as Sakura's wolf ripped them off. The sound of tearing fabric magnified 100-fold as the limbs broke away, spewing a tar-like substance she now recognized to be blood. Before the spider could retaliate, Sakura took her chance. Breaking into a run, she unsheathed the Tanto. Chakra thrummed in time to her own thoughts as her fingers gripped the Hatake Tanto. I'm going to kill the enemy, to protect myself and my teammates. Reflections of light slid from the blade, reminiscent of the white chakra it was said to produce. Although Sakura had trained with Kakashi at every available opportunity, not that she'd had many, the Tanto remained dull beneath her touch. Ma, don't worry Sakura, her sensei had said. A comforting hand placed over her shoulder whilst the girl fought to draw in air. It took me weeks to create white chakra. There's no need to rush. Sakura had grit her teeth, frustration welling in her chest. But what if I can't do it? This is a Hatake heirloom. I'm just average, compared to strong genin like Sasuke and Naruto, my skills are nothing. Kakashi had crouched down to eye level, his single gray eye trapping her in an unbreakable gaze. Voice unwavering as iron as he began to speak. It's not a matter of can or cannot. The Tanto does not discriminate on the basis of blood, and neither do the Hatake. Right now it may seem impossible, but I have every confidence that you, Sakura-chan, are not a kunoichi satisfied with just being average. No. Sakura thought as she ran, chakra writhing and sparking beneath her skin as the blade started to glow. I refuse to be left behind, to be ordinary. My teammates will achieve great things, and I'll be standing beside them. The spider's head arrowed toward her, Sakura dodging snapping mandibles as the real Naruto ran towards Sasuke. Her Tanto swept down, an arc of white chakra following the moment. Like the fang of an enormous wolf, the blade sank into flesh, slicing through the exoskeleton like a knife through silk. The spider's head, carried on a tide of blood and gore, rolled to a stop at Sakura's feet. Occasionally, its body would twitch, detached limbs writhing on the ground like snakes. Wiping her blade clean, Sakura held it up to the light. Not even the loud thud of Sasuke hitting the ground as Naruto cut him free could distract her. Sakura turning away from them both as she gazed, wide-eyed, into the steel. As though holding a leaf up to the sun, minuscule veins of light flared within the metal, power flickering beneath its surface like the blood within her own body. The Uchiha's curses fading to background noise as a smile tugged at her mouth. White chakra. She had summoned white chakra. Not even Sasuke's foul mood could shake her high. His teeth clenching in fury as he tried, unsuccessfully, to pull cobwebs from his hair. Sakura watched as Naruto ran to inspect the bodies. Those felled shinobi were long dead, yet neither she or Sasuke made to interfere. Naruto, unlike the two of them, ran on emotion alone. Both she and Sasuke could accept the logic in leaving them behind. Team 7 could not lug dead shinobi around the forest just hoping to run into a proctor. Burying them would sap valuable energy they really couldn't spare. Not to mention increase their risk of another attack. It's obvious we should leave them. Sasuke understands, but Naruto. Sakura exhaled slowly. Naruto sees people. And we see only corpses. The proctors will take care of them, Sasuke assured. She and Sasuke grabbing Naruto's sleeves to all but drag him away. Behind them, the spider's dismembered corpse had already begun to stink. Flies buzzing around its bloated frame in a sick distortion of the food chain. Spatters of dried blood, human and not, were everywhere. The ruined web swaying in the breeze like some tattered flag of surrender. Off to one side, the dead shinobi had been arranged in a neat row. Village Hittite placed solemnly atop each corpse. Stop worrying about strangers and focus on the exam, Sasuke said as they leapt into the trees. The forest closing hungrily behind them. Swallowing up the devastation of the clearing with wooden claws and dripping leaves. In the work of moments, it had vanished from view. Team 7 moved with fluid ease along the branches. Leaping from one to the next in a tireless display of endurance as though strove to reach the tower. Midday had come and gone, yet neither Sakura, nor the boys had suggested a break. With both scrolls, the situation was far more dangerous. Targets across their backs growing with every hour as the ranks of genin dwindled. Less than half will pass the second stage. And if word gets out we have both scrolls, it could prove fatal. Whenever she felt herself faltering, Sakura would glance at the tanto. Held firmly in her right hand, it felt more like an extension of her own limb. Watching light slide and dim across its length, in accordance to the scenery they passed, Sakura couldn't help but grin. I actually did it. White chakra. Hopefully, Kakashi-sensei will be proud. Casting out her senses in a wide net, Sakura did her best to scan for enemies. Heat signatures of animals and birds were easy to find. Small red blurs easily ignored as they moved into the distance. This part of the forest was ancient. If Sakura had to guess, she'd say they were close to the center. Here, the trees were vast and endless. The ground so far below them it was lost in shadow. Branches as large as most trees forming makeshift bridges above the chasm. Wide enough 10 people could stand side by side. Sakura, following the path of any trunk, had to crane her neck upwards to see the canopy. The trees rising vertically for meter after meter before exploding into foliage. Blue sky replaced by a lake of whispering leaves. For the past 2 days, Sakura's talent for detecting living creatures had proved invaluable. More times than either Sasuke or Naruto knew, she had steered them away from danger. Confidently changing course as she guided them through the seemingly impenetrable maze of forest. Navigating it was surprisingly easy. All animals, at one point or another, require water. It was a simple matter to cast out her chakra, scanning the undergrowth for a congregation of heat signatures. Red outlines moving, inevitably, towards the closest water source. As long as the river exists, Team 7 will never be lost. Sakura made to drop the net. That strange, reptile ability Kawa had gifted her, simply retreating till she had need of it again. A low frightened hiss. Wait. The panic in his voice had Sakura pausing. Turning in a slow circle atop the latest branch. Her chakra-enhanced vision sweeping through the trees to land on. What is that? Dread coiled in her stomach. Every instinct screaming at her to run as goosebumps rose across her skin. Something's coming. Blinking away the sensory jutsu, Sakura held up a closed fist. The boys, who had stopped beside her, instantly understood. Falling deathly silent as the 3 of them scanned the forest. There's someone nearby, Sakura whispered. Voice almost drowned beneath the creaking of branches. In fact, that was the only sound. Something feels wrong. Gripping her weapon hard enough bruise, Sakura did her best not to panic as realization hit. The birds had stopped singing. And that strange, malicious chakra was far, far closer. I don't, Sakura's voice was hoarse and fear-ridden. The foul stench of something twisted, flawed, rotten, filling the air. It smelled wrong in a way nothing else had. Whatever presence it heralded, Sakura knew, did not belong in the shinobi world. Or any world. I don't think this enemy is genin, she hissed. Terrified. Naruto, oblivious to the extent of her torment, offered a reassuring grin. Don't worry Sakura-chan, he announced loudly. Nothing gets past me, Tabeo. Idiot. Sasuke snapped, his voice carrying even further than Naruto's. Stop being so obvious. Sakura clenched her teeth. Poised to snap a retort, she choked on it as her senses began to scream. Shut up, she hissed. Raising the tanto threateningly, her frantic gaze reflected in polished metal as it surged. Come on out. Sakura called. Her voice breaking at the end like fractured glass. We know you're here. Met with nothing but silence, the girl refused to relax her stance. Waiting with poised expectation, even as her echoes faded to nothing. Naruto and Sasuke watched her wearily. Confusion, shifting to doubt as the minutes ticked by. Sakura frowned as the silence started to drag. Pressing against her with invisible force until her ears rang. Her own confidence wavering, Sakura lowered the tanto, ready to admit defeat. Before he spoke. My, what sharp instincts for a clanless child. That strange, lyrical voice rose goosebumps across her skin. Cold as it was beautiful. Sakura felt the warmth drain from her bones as the tree across from them began to ripple. The surface of the wood writhing like boiling water. From where Team 7 stood, the counterpart to their own tree was directly opposite. The two bound together by a single branch. Comprised of both trees, the twisted, wooden expanse had long since melded into one. A perfect, living bridge connecting them forever. Naruto's eyes grew wide as, from the bubbling mass of the tree, a figure emerged. Ghostly arms pulling free of the wood, the shinobi staggered in place. The Hittite of Grass Village all but lost beneath matted hair. His expression, as it landed on them, twisted to nothing but hunger. A tongue longer than humanly possible sweeping around his jaw. Before Sakura could stop him, Naruto flung a kunai. Releasing a war cry as the projectile flew through the air. Without flinching, the stranger caught it between two fingers. Chuckling as he cast it aside. What do you want? Sakura snapped. Fighting to hide the tremors that racked her frame. Clearly, it's not scrolls. Hands wrapping around his own face, the shinobi laughed. A single eye gleaming from between claw-like fingers. Gold spread outwards to color the iris. Pupil constricting to serpentine length. Sakura swallowed rising hysteria. What was happening? Fingers dug painfully into his skin, yet no blood emerged from the punctured flesh. Who are you? Naruto yelled. Looking just as scared as Sakura felt. Beside her, Sasuke's jaw clenched hard enough to snap. His Sharingan whirling in patterns of red and black. The shinobi grinned. Sakura watched, repulsed as his flesh began to melt. Like candle wax escaping flame it dripped down his face. Sakura felt nausea rise at pale glimpses of bone. Even so, she couldn't look away. And, as the mask vanished, Sakura remembered. She had seen this man before. Heard his name before. Heard it from Amaki, discussing past work with evident admiration. His former research partner, a scientist of unmatched prestige. Incredible, he was truly incredible. He'd repeated over the sound of breaking bones. A genius of the leaf, of the shinobi world. Golden eyes and slitted pupils. Hair the color of polished ebony framed an elegant face. Pale, unmarred skin covering features delicate enough they belied the monster within. This man could kill them in an instant. The difference in power enough to leave her shaking. Emerald eyes meet ones of cold, cruel intelligence. Sakura took a step back only to collide with solid wood. Heartbeat ringing in her ears as the forest seemed to close. Tightening around them in a deadly embrace. Team 7 mice beneath inescapable claws. Tasting her fear, his mouth curved into a thin smile. Orochimaru, Sakura breathed. Check the description for the links to the author.